Chapter 2015. Said Jiangchen. His handsome face and deep eyes made it difficult to imagine the connection between him and the golden growler. Will third brother be in danger? We must find him. Du Xiaoman was worried, her brows furrowed. They had already searched many places, but had found nothing. The senior who suppressed the demon should have no ill intentions toward Xiaofu. But we must find him. His injuries are very serious. Dongli Qingqing said. Her pale face had regained some color. The Fong family's cultivation method was extraordinary in terms of recovery. Let's split up and search the battlefield, said Zhou Xiaoluo. The people from the School of Agriculture were also with the Huang country at the moment. Don't worry. That guy is very lucky. He'll be fine. Mo Renan stood beside Du Xiaoman. One was wild and valiant, while the other was hot and alluring. Many young people couldn't help but take a second look at them. When Du Xiaofu regained consciousness, his entire body was in pain and his head was still a little dizzy. But he immediately leapt to his feet. Hum! The heavenly palace of purple and gold vibrated as it circled in front of Du Xiaofu. Looking at the heavenly palace of purple and gold, Du Xiaofu's heart calmed down a little. He looked around. This was an ancient cave. It was not small. Stalactites of various shapes hung from the ceiling, strangely suffused with a red and blue arc of electricity. Under the senses of the red pheasant monkey's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu could sense that the entire cave was filled with a fiery aura of destruction. This aura seemed to be similar to the spiritual lightning on his body, but it was not the aura of spiritual lightning. Du Xiaofu was on guard. He remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have been saved by a ball of red and blue fire. That aura was very similar to the one in the cave. Kid, you're awake. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the quiet cave. The voice did not seem to be very old, but it contained an ancient aura that seemed to come from ancient times. Who is it? Du Xiaofu's consciousness instantly probed. This person approached him silently, and he actually did not sense anything at all. He held the purple gold heavenly vault in his hand. Don't be so nervous, kid. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Why now? As the voice rang out, under Du Xiaofu's astonished gaze, a cluster of palm-sized flames appeared on a rock not far away. This cluster of palm-sized flame was scarlet blue and crystal clear. It was extremely resplendent and appeared to be slowly rising. It squirmed out from the rock like a cluster of scarlet blue gemstones. Traces of scarlet blue, magma-like flame, ripples revolved around it and continuously flowed. The appearance of such a cluster of flames gave off an extremely strange feeling. Upon closer inspection, it was accompanied by red and blue electric arcs. What shocked Du Xiaofu even more was that when this cluster of crystal clear flames appeared, the temperature of the entire cave suddenly rose to an extremely terrifying level. This aura was ancient and destructive, causing the void to distort. At some point in time, arcs of electricity had already begun to shuttle through the walls and ceiling of the cave. Buzz, buzz! When the scarlet blue flames appeared, the purple gold heavenly vault also rumbled and erupted with sword light. It's that flame! Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the scarlet blue flames. Back then, the Almighty who had suppressed the strongest demon emperor's soul seemed to have something to do with this scarlet blue flame. Just as Du Xiaofu was pondering, ripples like electric arcs appeared in the sparkling scarlet blue flames. Space distorted, and then a human figure slowly walked out, appearing in front of Du Xiaofu's astonished gaze. This figure had a face that seemed to be over 50 years old. His round face did not show any signs of age. Instead, it seemed extremely radiant. The old man had long scarlet red hair and wore a loose blue robe. His abdomen bulged so much that the robe was almost torn apart. He was like a Maitreya Buddha. Not a bad sword. The embryo of a divine weapon is both good and evil. This is the first time I've seen it. When the old man appeared, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu's purple gold heavenly vault. His eyes were deep, and the more one looked at them, the more ancient they felt. Senior, Du Xiaofu suppressed the trembling, purple-gold, heavenly fault in his hand and looked at the old man as he spoke. What, Senior? You're just an old fart. It would be fine if you were really dead, but you're not dead and have encountered this great calamity. The old man interrupted Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with his deep, ancient eyes, as if he could see through Du Xiaofu with a single glance. His round face seemed to always have a smile as he said, "Lightning veins, multiple types of spiritual lightning. The strangest thing is that you cultivate the cultivation method of the golden-winged rocks. You're clearly a human, but even your blood and bones are similar to those of the rocks. Strange, truly strange." The old man's voice was ancient and melodious. He had a chubby figure, a round face, and slightly curved eyebrows. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Back then, the people of this world called me Master Huolei Laozu. Since you have lightning veins, there's no mistaking it. I am Huolei Laozu. Master Huolei Laozu. Could it be that you are the senior who suppressed the Devil King's origin soul?" Du Xiaofu's heart fiercely trembled. When the Devil King's origin soul escaped, he mentioned the name Master Huolei Laozu. This old man called himself Master Huolei Laozu, so he was the expert who suppressed the strongest Devil King's origin soul. At this moment, how could Du Xiaofu not be shaken? According to the heavenly wood divine tree, the one who suppressed the strongest Devil King was an almighty expert. What was an almighty expert? Back in the ancient times, only the most famous experts who could dominate the 100 schools contend were qualified to be called almighty. Ordinary peak experts weren't qualified to be called almighty. Master Huolei Laozu glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "I already said that I'm not a senior. This saint is your ancestor. Brat, are you still not going to greet me?" "This brat will greet you." Hearing that, Du Xiaofu put away the violet gold heavenly tower. Seeing that Master Huolei Laozu was actually someone from his ancestor's generation, he immediately became excited. But just as he was about to greet him, Du Xiaofu's eyes turned slightly. A hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes, and he immediately stopped. "Senior, are you from the Du family?" Du Xiaofu looked at this person who called himself his ancestor. This old man's figure was illusory, and his aura was the same as the mysterious crimson-blue flame. He was clearly not human. This made Du Xiaofu suspicious. Although he was excited, it didn't affect his judgment. "Although I'm not from the Du family, I have some relationship with the Du family, especially with your ancestor. So naturally I'm your ancestor." Master Huolei impatiently glared at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2016. Du Xiaofu looked at Huolei. Was the Du family really that strong back then? If the Du family was really that strong, then they would be at least as strong as the 9 families now. They wouldn't be like back in Stone City, where they couldn't even compare to a 9th-rate force. "Senior, if you really are an elder of the Du family, then I should greet you and welcome you back to the Du family." A light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He paused for a moment and looked at Master Huolei. He stuttered and said, "But Senior, if I have to greet you, wouldn't I have to? What is it?" "Stop stuttering," said Huolei. "Since Senior is an elder of the Du family, and this is the first time you've met me, then I should greet you. But Senior, do you have any greeting gifts? With Senior's status, you should at least have a saint weapon, saint medicine, or something like that, right?" Du Xiaofu observed Huolei. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Huolei was stunned. His eyes were a bit blank, and his expression was a bit sluggish. "Kid, I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen someone like you." After a full breath, Huolei carefully looked at Du Xiaofu again. He originally wanted to say that after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he'd seen someone so thick-skinned, but he held himself back. He glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Do you think saint medicine is candy? You can have it whenever you want. As for saint weapons and whatnot, I have no use for them, so I don't have anything on me." Heavenly treasures are fine too. Du Xiaofu stared at Hualei, unwilling to let him go. I don't have anything on me. Hualei glared at Du Xiaofu. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu looked at Hualei from head to toe. He was becoming more and more suspicious of his identity. He said, Senior, are you really an elder of the Du family? Kid, are you doubting me? Fire Lightning understood. This guy in front of him was doubting him. He didn't believe his identity at all. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't dare to forget my ancestry, so I can't just casually acknowledge an ancestor. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be on guard against such an expert who claimed to be an ancestor of the Du clan. You brat, you're forgetting about your sect right now. Do you believe that I'll slap you to death? Fire Thunder was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. However, with his round face and bulging belly, no one could feel his anger. I know that Senior's cultivation is very high, but I guess that Senior doesn't have much strength left. Otherwise, the Devil Emperor's primordial spirit wouldn't have been able to escape. As these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, a purple electric arc surged out of his palm. Accompanied by a destructive aura, it instantly filled the cave. A palm-sized, three-legged lightning cauldron immediately hovered above his palm, emitting a rumbling sound of thunder. Divine Thunder Cauldron. Fire Lightning glared at Du Xiaofu and said, Kid, you dare to use the Divine Lightning Cauldron against your ancestor? Senior, I don't dare. However, I still have things to do right now, so I won't stay any longer. Senior, we'll meet again if fate allows. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He turned around and was about to leave with the purple lightning cauldron. From what he saw before, the seal under the cliff was destroyed by Moksha's purple lightning cauldron. Du Xiaofu guessed that Fire Lightning was afraid of the purple lightning cauldron, and the strongest Devil Emperor's primordial spirit had already escaped. Du Xiaofu guessed that Fire Lightning didn't have much strength left. Otherwise, the Devil Emperor's primordial spirit wouldn't have been able to escape. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Du Xiaofu still understood this logic. At this moment, he still couldn't tell whether the other party was a friend or a foe. However, just based on the fact that he was an ancestor of the Du clan, Du Xiaofu didn't believe that the heavens would throw a pie at him. He had to be wary of this Fire Lightning. Fire Lightning was completely stunned. His round face twitched. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the dignified Fire Lightning. Even tens of thousands of years ago, he was strong enough to dominate the world. Back then, even the ancestors of the 9 great clans had to be 90% courteous to him. However, this kid in front of him didn't put him in his eyes. He even took out the Divine Thunder Cauldron. It was obvious that he was threatening him. For Fire Lightning, this was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, if this kid knew that he was an ancestor of the Du clan, he would definitely greet him excitedly and respectfully. At that time, he would have the final say in everything. Tens of thousands of years ago, if he, Fire Lightning, were to say that he was an ancestor, countless supreme geniuses would line up to the heavens and kowtow to him respectfully. However, this kid in front of him didn't know how to appreciate favors. Kid, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Fire Lightning was so angry that he vomited blood. He wanted to slap that guy to death, but he had to grit his teeth and speak. At this moment, he was really afraid of the purple thunder cauldron. Du Xiaofu stopped, turned around, and smiled at Fire Lightning. He said, If you want me to believe you, Senior, you have to take out a greeting gift, right? Looking at Du Xiaofu's smile, Fire Lightning didn't have any blood to vomit. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood already. He really couldn't understand. Back then, the guy from the Du clan was such a dull and boring person. How could this kid from the Du clan be such a pain in the ass? He was simply someone who wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. How was this recognizing him as an ancestor? He was clearly trying to get benefits. This saint regrets. After a while, Fire Lightning looked up at the ceiling and sighed. If he knew that this kid would be seriously injured and unconscious, he would have killed him directly. Looking at Fire Lightning's sigh, Du Xiaofu asked with concern, "Senior, what are you regretting?" Looking at Du Xiaofu's concerned expression, Fire Lightning's heart was filled with panic. "Kid, if you don't believe that this saint is your ancestor, then forget it. Do you think this saint wants you to recognize me?" Fire Lightning was very depressed. He looked at Du Xiaofu and clenched his teeth. However, he soon calmed down. He was the Grand Fire Lightning. How could he be so shameless as to beg this kid to recognize him? If this spread out, then he wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. "Then, Senior, let's meet again if fate allows it." Du Xiaofu smiled and turned around to leave. He was more and more convinced that Fire Lightning was tricking him. If the Du clan really had an ancestor like this, then how could they be in such dire straits? Plus, as an ancestor of the Du clan, this guy couldn't even take out something decent. Who would believe him? "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can make a deal." Fire Lightning called out to Du Xiaofu and took a deep breath. Chapter 2017. What kind of deal? Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at Master Huolei. He was curious as to what kind of deal such an expert would make with him. "To be honest, I am very weak right now. Your thunder martial vein and a few types of spirit lightning can help me recover at the fastest speed. I need to stay with you for a while," Master Huolei said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Master Huolei. His eyes moved slightly and he said, "Then what can I get?" "After I recover, I will help you stop the calamity from descending." Master Huolei's face was filled with boundless love as he said righteously, "When the calamity descends, no one will be able to escape unscathed." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at Master Huolei. He said, "The Demon King's soul that escaped seemed to have said that he would not let you go. I think you should prepare yourself. Otherwise, when the Demon King's soul fuses with his body and completely recovers, the unlucky one will be you." Master Huolei stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, he really wanted to kill this brat. "Then what do you want?" Master Huolei suppressed his anger and asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Master Huolei's body, which was slightly illusory. He looked at him from head to toe and said meaningfully, "I guess you don't have anything on you. Besides, I don't want to make a deal with you. Let's meet again if fate wills it." After saying that, Du Xiaofu turned around and left without looking back. Only Huolei Zizi's round face was left twitching. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. Master Huolei seemed to want to take his thunder martial vein and spirit lightning. How could Du Xiaofu be willing to let that happen? It was better to leave as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about stopping the calamity. When the calamity came, no one would be able to escape. Plus, the Demon King seemed to have remembered Firebolt Seed. When the time came, Firebolt Seed wouldn't be able to escape. Do you know the relationship between lightning veins and spirit thunder? Do you know how many spirit thunders there are in this world? A calm voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. When this voice entered his ears, Du Xiaofu instinctively stopped. The voice behind him continued, "You have a total of 5 types of spiritual lightning in your body. The silver sieve soul-devouring lightning, the earth-shattering lightning, the golden crow sky-burning lightning, the soul-extinguishing lightning, the great Een sky thunder, and the 3,000 quaking lightning that you have yet to fuse." Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at Master Huolei in astonishment. His heart trembled. If Master Huolei knew about the spirit thunder in his body, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have found it strange. However, Master Huolei even knew about the types of spirit thunder in his body. He even knew that his master's 3,000 quaking lightning had yet to fuse. How could Du Xiaofu not be shocked? Looking at Du Xiaofu's astonished expression, Master Huolei smiled. He glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, There are a total of 36 types of spirit thunder in this world. You already have 6. That's not bad. What is the relationship between spirit thunder and the thunder martial vein? Du Xiaofu looked at Master Huolei and asked. If he didn't have the thunder martial vein, it would be impossible for him to fuse 5 types of spirit thunder in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to know the answer. The relationship between spirit thunder and the thunder martial vein can be said to be complicated, but it can also be said to be simple. I think that after so many years, the number of people in the outside world who know about this is definitely not more than 10. Master Huolei smiled at Du Xiaofu and continued. You want to know the origin of the thunder martial vein? Do you want to know where the remaining spirit thunder is? Do you want to know how to obtain the remaining spirit thunder? Yes. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The thunder martial vein had appeared in the Du family. Du Xiaofu knew that this martial vein was definitely not inferior to any of the 9 great families' martial veins. In fact, it was not inferior to any of the martial veins in the world. However, why hadn't the thunder martial vein awakened in the Du family? What was the origin of the thunder martial vein? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but want to know the answer. As for the whereabouts of the remaining spirit thunder, Du Xiaofu definitely wanted to know as well. Du Xiaofu still remembered that his master, the revered artifact, had mentioned to him that the immeasurable sect and the sky snake Manchu each had an expert with a spirit thunder. There was also Moksha and Jialo Juexiao, who had a type of spirit thunder. If there were a total of 36 types of spirit thunder in the world, then there were more than 20 types of spirit thunder left. This was an irresistible temptation for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu knew that after fusing 5 types of spirit thunder into one, every time he fused with one more type of spirit thunder, his cultivation and primordial spirit would receive great benefits. Even his thunder martial vein would evolve and strengthen. Since you want it, then it's very simple. It's still the same deal. The thunder martial vein and spirit thunder in your body can help me recover at the fastest speed. I need to stay with you for a while. Master Huolei smiled with a face full of confidence. He said, After I recover, I will naturally tell you the whereabouts of all the spirit thunder and even help you fuse with them. Ha ha! Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said to Master Huolei, I help you recover, and you help me find spirit thunder. Do you think I'm stupid? You want to stay with me for a while. How can I believe you? Du Xiaofu didn't believe Master Huolei's words at all. If he allowed Master Huolei to enter his body, then he wouldn't be able to control what would happen. Even if he was fine and could help the Flames Park Master recover, it was still unknown whether the Flames Park Master would fulfill his promise with its terrifying cultivation and strength after it recovered. That was why Du Xiaofu didn't believe the fire lightning seed in front of him. Even if the fire lightning seed had an irresistible temptation, Du Xiaofu didn't want to take this risk. Master Huolei originally thought that victory was in his hands. If this kid wanted to know about the thunder martial vein and spirit thunder, then he would have to listen to him. He didn't think that the result would surprise him once again. His smile froze on his face, and the corner of his eyes fiercely twitched. Kid, let me tell you something. Without you, this saint can still recover. However, if this saint doesn't recover, then the demons will wreak havoc and the calamity will come again. No one in this world will be able to stop it. When this world turns into a demonic realm, I will naturally have a way to escape. The ones who will suffer will be the people of this world. It has nothing to do with me. Do you really think those demons can do anything to me? What a joke! Master Huolei stared at Du Xiaofu and said angrily, In this world, aside from this saint, I'm afraid no one can find all the spirit thunder. In the heavenly devil battlefield, there are even more devil emperors, primordial spirits. When those devil emperors recover, you have the thunder martial vein and a divine thunder cauldron. At that time, I'm afraid they won't let you go. I want to see who will be the unlucky one. Chapter 2018. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. What Master Hua Lei said made sense. Once those demon emperors recovered, the first one they would come for would be him. Du Xiaofu knew how strong those demon emperors were. Most importantly, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about himself, but that his master was still in the hands of the devil religion. His master's whereabouts were still unknown. However, from the 3,000 thunder spirit seed in his mind, Du Xiaofu felt that his master's life wasn't in danger. However, once those demon emperors recovered, the chances of them saving his master would be as high as the heavens. After a while, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and asked Master Huolei, "Senior, if you want to enter my body, you need the help of my thunder spirit vein and spirit thunder. How can I trust you? After all, one must always be on guard. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now?" Master Huolei said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pondered. After a few breaths, he looked at Master Huolei and said seriously, "I can do this deal, but Senior has to promise me 3 things. Otherwise, we'll just go our separate ways." "Speak." Master Huolei stared at Du Xiaofu. He felt very wronged. "First, after Senior recovers, you have to fulfill your promise and help me find the whereabouts of the other spirit thunder. You even have to help me merge with those spirit thunders." Du Xiaofu said. The temptation of spirit thunder was hard for Du Xiaofu to refuse. It was also a shortcut to increasing his strength. Of course, this saint will keep his promise. Master Huolei didn't hesitate and nodded to Du Xiaofu. This was what he had agreed to. "Second, after Senior recovers, you have to help me do 2 things. I believe these 2 things won't be too difficult for Senior," Du Xiaofu said. Master Huolei stared at Du Xiaofu. This kid was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. He, Master Huolei, was being threatened by a junior. If word of this got out, he wouldn't have any face left. The corner of Master Huolei's eyes twitched. He was very depressed, but he still endured it. Right now, he had a favor to ask. Who asked this brat to have the thunder martial vein? There were also a few spiritual thunders that he needed to recover. "All right, I agree. But let me warn you, kid. When the time comes, if I can do it, I will do it for you. If you dare to make things difficult for me, don't blame me for being impolite." Master Huolei glared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu continued. "Third, Senior, swear to the heavens that once you enter my body, you will not do anything to harm me. If you go against your oath, you will be struck by lightning. You will not be able to escape the heavenly tribulation. The longer a living being cultivated, the deeper their understanding of the heavenly Tao, and the more they respected the heavenly Tao. Most people wouldn't dare to go against an oath to the heavenly Tao. The risk of being struck by a heavenly tribulation was no joke. Brat, are you threatening me?" Master Huolei finally couldn't take it anymore. Even in the ancient times, when hundreds of schools were fighting, no one dared to disrespect him. However, this brat didn't put him in his eyes at all. "I don't dare, but this is a trade. A trade must be fair, just, and there must be guarantees for both parties. I can trust that Senior will fulfill your promise after you recover. But shouldn't Senior also guarantee my safety and make me trust you? If Senior can't make the oath, then let's go our separate ways." Du Xiaofu looked at Master Huolei with a firm gaze. Under the premise of everything, Du Xiaofu hoped that he could protect himself first. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. What Master Huolei said was true. If he had any bad intentions, Du Xiaofu could have done it already. However, Du Xiaofu didn't completely believe him. One must always be on guard against others. Even his own uncle wanted to dig out his heart, let alone someone he had just met. Good, good. There will be a time when you beg me in the future." Master Huolei's face turned red from anger. After saying good twice, he stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "I, Master Huolei, swear that I have no ill intentions towards this brat. Otherwise, I will be struck by heavenly tribulation and be struck by heavenly thunder." Du Xiaofu smiled. He looked at Master Huolei with an embarrassed smile and said, "Senior is too polite. This brat just wants to have some guarantees. Please forgive me." "Humph." Master Huolei snorted and stared at Du Xiaofu. "I will enter your brain. Don't try to stop me, or else you will have to bear the consequences." Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Huolei's figure disappeared. At the same time, the crystal-clear red and blue flame fluctuated and turned into a red and blue arc of lightning. It directly flew towards Du Xiaofu's forehead, like water falling into mud. It disappeared from Du Xiaofu's forehead. Du Xiaofu didn't try to stop it, but he was instinctively on guard. He allowed the red and blue flame to enter his brain and enter his brain. So hot! When the red and blue flame rushed into his brain, it was accompanied by a terrifying heat that spread throughout Du Xiaofu's brain. The scorching aura caused Du Xiaofu's soul to tremble on the 9 revolutions divine thunder lotus. Immediately, silver-gold arcs of lightning appeared along with starlight. Chi! The crimson-blue flame surged into Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace, like a crystal-clear crimson-blue jade. Is this a primordial spirit or a pulse spirit? Master Huolei's illusory figure appeared on the red and blue flame once again. He looked at Du Xiaofu's primordial spirits, red horse, monkey body with a surprised expression. He had already seen Du Xiaofu's red horse, monkey body, but this was the first time he felt something strange about it. However, Master Huolei was only surprised for a moment before returning to normal. He had traveled through the ancient times and had seen too many primordial geniuses and supreme geniuses. Any one of them was extraordinary. "All right, kid. I need the power of your spiritual thunder and thunder martial vein to recover. Don't be nervous, I know what to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Master Huolei's illusory figure quietly disappeared. Walala! At this moment, a red and blue flame rose from Du Xiaofu's body. It was accompanied by an arc of lightning that spread throughout his body. When the flame and arc of lightning appeared, the thunder martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body immediately surged. It was unable to resist the invisible force. A wave of killing intent surged, and thunder rumbled. At the same time, the red and blue flame in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace also spread. Strands of red and blue flame fluctuated towards the red horse, monkey's body, and attracted the spiritual thunder for no reason. Boom! Inside the Naiwen palace, there was an arc of lightning. On Du Xiaofu's body, the purple talisman runes shone brightly. The thunder martial vein was activated, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the cave. Under such a change, Du Xiaofu immediately felt that the thunder martial vein in his body and the spiritual thunder in the red horse monkey's body in his Naiwen palace were being devoured. Chapter 2019. Even the Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's spirit gate was strangely disappearing. Along with the power of the thunder martial vein and spirit lightning, the Xian Qi continuously surged into the scarlet blue flames. The devouring power was formless and enormous, making it impossible for Du Xiaofu to resist. At this moment, even the thunder martial vein and spirit lightning in his body were no longer under Du Xiaofu's control. Not good! Du Xiaofu broke out in a cold sweat. Under the influence of the scarlet blue flames, the thunder martial vein and spirit lightning were no longer under his control. Energy continuously surged into the scarlet blue flames, and a large amount of the Xian Qi in the spirit gate was also disappearing. Du Xiaofu wanted to stop it, but he didn't know where to start. The scarlet blue flames seemed to have merged with the thunder martial vein and spirit lightning. "Senior, what are you trying to do?" Du Xiaofu was shocked, and his mind asked in his Naiwen palace. "Don't worry, it won't take your life. It's just that this saint is extremely weak and needs some energy." I didn't think that your primordial spirit and Xian Qi would be so large. It's really inconceivable. Master Hua Lei's voice came from the mysterious scarlet blue flames. No, it's not good for me if you continue to devour like this. If you continue, we'll immediately cancel this deal. Du Xiaofu refused without hesitation. The energy in the spirit lightning and thunder martial vein was quickly disappearing. What made Du Xiaofu feel the most was the Xian Qi in the spirit gate. At this moment, it was like a torrential flood that was quickly disappearing. This speed was too fast, so fast that it made Du Xiaofu uneasy. This was the heavenly devil battlefield. If he was extremely weak, he wouldn't even have the ability to protect himself. If that was the case, Du Xiaofu didn't want to make this deal. Brat, it's not up to you now, Master Hua Lei said. Master Hua Lei opened his mouth. The red and blue flames around him completely ignored Du Xiaofu. He was sullen at the start, and now he had a belly full of anger. Now that this brat had no choice, he could use this chance to teach him a lesson. As soon as Master Hua Lei finished speaking, Du Xiaofu clearly felt the devouring power increase instead of decreasing. The energy in the thunder martial vein and spirit thunder, as well as the profound qi in the god's watchtower, were all disappearing even faster. Fire lightning seed, our deal is cancelled. Cancel it immediately. Du Xiaofu shouted. It's not up to you to decide. Master Hua Lei didn't plan on paying attention to Du Xiaofu at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was extremely weak and was afraid of the godly thunder cauldron, he would have killed this brat a long time ago. At this moment, he didn't want to pay attention to this brat at all. Fire lightning, you old bastard. Du Xiaofu cursed. As expected, he had been tricked. He used all of his strength to activate the thunder martial vein and primordial spirit. He wanted to break free from the invisible devouring power and expel the mysterious red and blue flames from his Naiwen palace. Bastard brat, it seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know that I'm your ancestor. Master Hua Lei said angrily. The mysterious red and blue flames flickered. An invisible devouring power increased once again. Master Hua Lei, you old bastard. You still want to pretend to be my ancestor? I'm not done with you. Du Xiaofu cursed. However, no matter how hard he tried, even if he used the Golden Winged Rock clan's cultivation technique, it was useless. He couldn't break free from Master Hua Lei's invisible devouring power. The profound qi, thunder martial vein, and spirit thunder in his primordial spirit were getting weaker and weaker. The thunder martial vein and spirit thunder seemed to have no effect on the mysterious red and blue flames. They even seemed to want to merge into one. This made Du Xiaofu even more worried and vigilant. Brat, give up. You can't stop me. Master Hua Lei's voice echoed in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace. At this moment, he had already entered the brat's Naiwen palace. Everything was under his control. Old bastard, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Du Xiaofu shouted. In his palm, a purple and gold streamer jumped out. The purple thunder profound cauldron immediately flew out. Although it couldn't resist the invisible devouring power, the purple thunder profound cauldron could still be activated. Brat, what do you want to do? Master Hua Lei felt the purple thunder profound cauldron's aura and was astonished. You'll know soon, Du Xiaofu shouted. With a thought, the purple thunder profound cauldron suddenly expanded and rotated. Du Xiaofu's figure directly flew into the purple thunder profound cauldron. Rumble. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again, he was already in the space inside the purple thunder profound cauldron. Purple thunder clouds rolled and thunder rumbled. Electric arcs flashed. Then, amidst the rumbling of thunder, the electric arcs condensed into thunderbolts and fell like a rainstorm. Du Xiaofu did not use the immortal Shen body and allowed the purple thunder profound cauldron to hit his body. Zalala! As the thunderbolts fell, Du Xiaofu's body overflowed with electric arcs and merged with the thunder martial vein. However, most of the thunderbolts were destructive and damaged his body. Du Xiaofu's body had already attained the immortal Xian body. Although he didn't resist, his body had already developed an immunity against the purple thunder profound cauldron. He was only damaged by the purple thunder profound cauldron. However, there was a limit to this kind of damage. The endless purple gold profound thunder bombarded Du Xiaofu's body like a giant snake, bringing with it a destructive power. Not long after, Du Xiaofu's body began to be seriously damaged and ruptured. Although Du Xiaofu had experienced such an impact once, he still couldn't bear it and shouted out loud. The pain was unbearable. Bang, bang! Thunder rumbled and Du Xiaofu cried out in pain. His body was constantly cracking and gradually becoming a bloody mess under the thunderbolts. Brat, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself? Master Huolei was shocked. Everything outside naturally couldn't escape his prying eyes. This brat actually put himself inside the divine thunder cauldron and attacked him. Was he looking for death? If this brat really died, then he would be in big trouble inside the divine thunder cauldron. Although this was only one of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, his current situation was really troublesome. I'm not sure if I'll die or not, but I'd like to see how long you can hide. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly. The purple gold profound cauldron continued to explode. His body was already badly mutilated and wrapped in purple electric arcs. The purple gold heavenly palace, illusion saber formation, ancient desolate space, and 9 revolutions divine Lelian were also exposed outside. Brat, bastard, you better stop right now. Master Huolei cursed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was badly mutilated and he couldn't escape. The terrifying purple gold profound cauldron also affected him greatly. Master Huolei, if you don't want to come out, then let's continue. Du Xiaofu cursed. His voice came from his primordial spirit. Although he was in a terrible state and the pain was unbearable, at least Master Huolei was greatly affected. At least the devouring power in his body had disappeared. The end of the Heavenly Devil battlefield has caused me to be stuck for 2 days. Today there is only one update. Please forgive me. Chapter 2020. Du Xiaofu guessed that Master Huolei was indeed afraid of the godly thunder cauldron. Kid, you better stop. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Haha, you underestimate me too much. Master Huolei suddenly laughed. The thunder, martial vein, and spiritual thunder were too useful to him. He didn't believe that this kid would really commit suicide. There must be something strange about him that made him not afraid of the godly thunder cauldron. He just wanted to force him out. Chila! As soon as he finished speaking, the cluster of red and blue flames suddenly turned into countless red and blue sparks that bloomed like fireworks. In an extremely strange way, they directly merged with the spiritual thunder in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and disappeared. The purple gold, profound thunder roared and crackled. Bolts of purple gold, profound thunder landed on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, but they couldn't affect the red and blue flames at all. Du Xiaofu wanted to expel the red and blue flames from his primordial spirit, but there was nothing he could do. Give up. Be honest and don't suffer too much. Master Huolei's voice came from Du Xiaofu's spiritual thunder in his primordial spirit. Victory was in his hands, and he had already entered this kid's spiritual thunder. How could this kid not be obedient? Du Xiaofu was helpless and could only give up. He calmed the purple thunder cauldron with his mind. His mangled body was then covered in a purple and gold light, and in a strange way, it directly recovered. He was naked, and his body was covered in a purple and gold color. His face was pale. So strange, Master Huolei was shocked. Du Xiaofu's recovery couldn't escape his eyes. This was too strange. His body was damaged to such an extent, but at this moment it was as if there was no damage at all. Standing in the purple thunder cauldron, Du Xiaofu's eyes were serious. He had used all his methods, but there was nothing he could do. Brat, now you'll be honest. You can't beat this saint. Master Huolei laughed. The red and blue sparks in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit condensed into a red and blue flame. It was about to step out of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and continue to devour Du Xiaofu's spirit thunder and thunder martial vein. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged within the purple-gold profound bomb, formed a seal with his hands, and muttered something. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, for seasons, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang. As Du Xiaofu muttered something, a dazzling ray of light burst out from within his soul. The mysterious runes of talismans gushed out like a tide, dazzling and dazzling like the sun. The dazzling light that spread out instantly wrapped around the red and blue flame that was about to step out of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. A strange force immediately separated the red and blue flame from the primordial spirit. This strange change caused Master Huolei to let out a surprised exclamation. He was very surprised. As Master Huolei paused for a short moment, the dazzling, mysterious runes shone like a divine light. The mysterious runes flashed and turned into a series of unfamiliar characters. It was like a net of light that enveloped the red and blue flame. The unfamiliar characters were like ancient runes that bloomed like fireworks and wrapped around the red and blue flame. The heavens and earth see people as mayflies, and the heavens and earth see the heavens and earth as bubbles. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit surpasses the essence of the primordial spirit. The essence of the primordial spirit dissipates along with the heavens and earth. However, as long as the primordial spirit exists, it is limitless. It is born from the heavens and earth. This voice was like the sound of the heavens as it echoed around the red and blue flame. There was a large amount of energy from the heavens and earth that contained an ancient pressure. It also contained a terrifying devouring force that devoured the red and blue flame. This devouring force wasn't too fierce, but it was vast and powerful. It was as if it was a natural counter to the red and blue flame. Brat, what are you doing? Master Huolei's voice changed. For the first time, he was shocked. This pressure made him feel uneasy for no reason. He couldn't break free from the mysterious net of light, as if he was being restrained for no reason. Du Xiaofu ignored Master Huolei and sat down like an old monk inside the purple thunder Xian furnace. He continued to mutter, "If you want to see the primordial spirit, you must first see the light of the primordial spirit. This light is the light of the true primordial spirit. Without light, it is difficult to find the true primordial spirit." At this moment, Du Xiaofu activated the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method in his mind. When he was refining the thunder inside his body, he had the help of the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. At this moment, Du Xiaofu thought of the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. He didn't think it would actually be effective. With the activation of this mysterious cultivation method, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the scarlet blue flame was being directly restrained in his Yuan spirit. There was even a huge devouring power contained in the crude runes that wanted to devour and refine the scarlet blue flame. Du Xiaofu rejoiced in his heart as the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method worked. He kept chanting, and the unfamiliar characters seemed to come to life, constantly suppressing, binding, and swallowing the red and blue flames. "Little brat, stop!" Master Huolei's voice was filled with waves. A blazing destructive force spread out to resist the devouring force of the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. That blazing destructive force, once again, caused Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit to feel unbearable pain. It was as if his mind was about to be torn apart and burned. "If you come out, I will naturally stop." Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth. It was not easy for it to work, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. He used all of his strength to activate the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. Little brat, you want both of us to be injured and die together. Master Huolei shouted. The red and blue flame continued to burn. It carried with it an arc of lightning and a destructive aura. However, at this moment, the mysterious characters were like thunder. They contained a powerful pressure that suppressed the red and blue flame. The two of them were in a stalemate. No one could gain the upper hand. If this continued, both of them would be injured. Both of us will be injured. Even if both of us die together, I won't let you do as you wish. Du Xiaofu didn't plan on stopping. Instead of being threatened by Master Huolei, it was better for both of them to be injured. He didn't trust Master Huolei anymore. What kind of cultivation method is this? You little bastard! Master Huolei's voice was like thunder. He was also scared and shocked. The mysterious characters seemed to be some kind of cultivation method that made him feel uneasy. And this little brat was being so cruel to him. It was as if he had already made up his mind. He didn't care if both of them were injured. Master Huolei didn't doubt Du Xiaofu's determination. That little brat could even attack him, so what couldn't he do? Chapter 2021. Brat, stop. Let's discuss this. Huolei said. If this continued, both sides would suffer. He was very weak right now and couldn't take it. This brat had the thunder vein, so he couldn't let anything happen to him. Come out. Our deal is off. From now on, we won't interfere with each other's business. Du Xiaofu said. That's impossible. This saint needs your thunder vein and spirit thunder to recover. However, I can guarantee that I will control it and not let you become too weak, Huolei said. He couldn't back down on this point. He didn't plan to let Du Xiaofu become too weak. He just wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. However, he didn't expect this brat to be so ruthless to him in the end. I won't believe you again. Du Xiaofu shouted. Huolei was too cunning. He wouldn't be fooled again. You have no choice. You have no other choice. I said that I would try my best not to let you be too weak, so I won't make things difficult for you. If you die, it won't do me any good. I can feel that the seal outside the Heavenly Devil battlefield is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid that the real Saint Realm cultivators will be able to enter soon. If I recover quickly, I can more or less lend you a hand when you are in danger. Otherwise, with your current cultivation and strength, you are invincible under the Saint Realm. But if you encounter the Saint Realm cultivators of the Devil sect, you will definitely be doomed. Huolei continued to speak in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. I already swore that I won't do you any harm. It's up to you to believe me or not. If you don't want to believe me, then we'll both die together. Huolei was very depressed. How did he meet such a troublesome brat? Tens of thousands of years ago, he swept through the Kyushu's 3 continents and 1 realm, who didn't treat him with respect. He had never met such a brat. Du Xiaofu pondered. Huolei was too mysterious and terrifying. However, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him. At least, what he said was right. If he died, it wouldn't do him any good. As for the real mutual destruction of both sides, Du Xiaofu didn't want to take that step until the very last moment. What Master Huolei had said was that he could help Du Xiaofu when he encountered a Saint Realm expert. This was definitely a great temptation for Du Xiaofu in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. At least he would have the power to protect himself. Okay, it's a deal. After pondering and thinking, Du Xiaofu, he nodded. Huolei, Huolei, Huolei. Huolei, Huolei. If you dare to go back on Lays, then we will both. Little. Huolei Hua. Huolei, Huolei Hua. After a while, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Hua came to an agreement. Huolei Hua stayed in Du Xiaofu's Naiwan palace and devoured the energy from the thunder vein and spirit thunder. He also devoured the Xian Qi from the spirit watchtower. However, his speed was already very slow. It was just enough for Du Xiaofu to endure. Du Xiaofu took out a lot of precious medicines from his cosmos bag and stuffed them into his mouth. He used the golden-winged rock clan's technique to refine and replenish his energy. Du Xiaofu was already severely injured before he fainted. The torment from before and Huo Lei was devouring made him extremely weak. How strange! You are clearly a human, but you can cultivate the golden-winged rock clan's technique. Your body seems to be even stronger than a real golden-winged rock. Unbelievable! Huo Lei's voice came out from Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. Back then, those supreme geniuses from the ancient era were all stronger and stranger than the last. However, he wasn't as shocked as he was now. Du Xiaofu ignored Huo Leihua and sat down cross-legged to refine the precious medicines in his body. The vast plain was boundless. The sky was dark, and it was shrouded in an oppressive aura. On the plain, there was a huge mountain that stood tall like a giant tomb. It was grand and magnificent, like a hibernating giant beast. Looking at it from afar, it made people's hearts feel oppressed. Rumble! Suddenly, cracks spread out from the edges of the giant tomb. Light overflowed and rushed into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The seal is finally about to open. The inheritance treasure is about to appear. Countless living beings in the surroundings immediately became excited and trembled because of this. This was a secret place in the heavenly devil battlefield. They had come here for the ancient and dazzling treasures. At this moment, the secret place was finally about to open. In an instant, the surroundings of the giant mountain became noisy. None of the creatures could sit still. Their eyes shone brightly as they held ice blades in their hands. Their auras were surging. They were ready to charge at the strongest at any time to fight for the ancient and dazzling inheritance and treasure. Many experts began to appear, their auras vigorous. Many elders of the major forces flew into the sky, waiting for the best opportunity. Many beast race magnates were entrenched in the void. On a huge rock, a golden-clothed man whose facial features were as handsome as if they were carved by a knife was looking in the direction of the huge mountain. The corners of his lips, which always carried a hint of a wanton smile, were slightly frowning at this moment. His pair of bright golden eyes were slightly focused. Beside the young man in golden clothes, a woman stood. She was wearing a bright red silk dress that trailed on the ground. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with a few bright red hair ribbons. Her figure was beautiful. She looked at the giant mountain in front of her and said softly to the young man in golden clothes, "Something seems wrong. Phantom, be careful. There's demonic aura." The man in golden clothes said. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders. His body was thin and tall, and his skin was crystal clear. It seemed to be emitting a faint golden luster. His whole body was emitting a majestic aura. "Could it be that you, Du Xiao, can't see what's inside?" The woman smiled slightly. Her smile was as elegant and clear as a budding lotus, but there was a hint of charm in it. She said to the man in golden clothes, "I can't see through it. It's very strange." The man in golden clothes shook his head. His golden eyes were deep and emitted a faint golden light. However, he couldn't see through the giant mountain in front of him. Rumble! The cracks in the ground around the giant mountain continued to expand, and the light became more and more dazzling. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, as if some supreme being was awakening, causing heaven and earth to resonate. "Are you still trying to trap me?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded from within the giant mountain. Along with the sound waves, demonic aura surged into the sky. "Suppress!" Inside the giant mountain, light filled the sky. An ancient voice sounded, and a supreme power seemed to have transcended time and space to descend. "Fire demon envoy, ice demon envoy, I've come to lend the 8-demon emperor a hand." Monstrous, demonic aura descended, seeping out from the void. 2 figures tore through space and arrived. A scorching hot aura and a chilling cold aura descended from the void at the same time. Chapter 2022. They were two old men. One of them had long red hair that draped over his shoulders, while the other had white hair that fluttered in the wind. Both of them emanated monstrous, demonic energy. He's from the devil religion. He's a half-saint. He's very strong. The golden-robed man's face darkened as he looked at the two old men. When the two old men appeared, they didn't even look at the surrounding creatures. Demonic chi surged, and a terrifying pressure swept out, causing the surrounding creatures to tremble in fear. Black runes gushed out as the two old men attacked. Two energy waves blasted towards the huge mountain. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Boom! The mountain shook even more violently and the cracks grew bigger and bigger, as if it would collapse at any moment. I understand now. The demons of the devil religion are being suppressed inside. They want to escape. The golden-robed man raised his head. His spirit eyes shone, and within his pupils, golden light flashed like lightning. We can't let the devil religion get what they want. The devil religion and the rock emperor were like fire and water. Since this matter was related to the devil religion, she couldn't let the devil religion have their way. You can't interfere yet. I'll stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-robed man leaped into the air. The golden light in his eyes became even more resplendent. His entire body glowed, and his aura surged, shaking the void. He threw a punch directly at the red-haired old man's chest. This fist caused the void to explode with a rumbling sound. The golden runes were like the radiant sun. You're courting death. The red-haired old man from the devil religion bellowed, killing intent gushing out from his eyes. This old man was the fire devil envoy, and he had a high position in the devil religion. Sensing that someone had interfered, he shook his arm, and demonic energy surged. A strange, burning flame swept out, condensing into a fist, and directly collided with the former. He wanted to kill the former with a single punch. Bang, bang! The low, muffled sound was like thunder, sonorous and deafening. The golden light and demonic flames were like waves, spreading out endless energy ripples, shaking the void and shocking all living beings. Dang, dang! The golden-robed man staggered back a few steps. However, at that moment, the demon envoy of fire's body was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize his body after he was dozens of feet away. His back shattered the space, and his expression changed drastically. You too, Scram. Taking advantage of the momentum, the golden-robed man's figure was like a flash of golden lightning as he pounced towards the white-haired old man. Demon spirits or beasts. Indestructible. The white-haired elder was the ice demon envoy of the devil religion. His expression changed when he sensed the aura of the golden-robed man. The undying and indestructible realm was already very powerful. Just now, the fire demon envoy was at a disadvantage, so he had to be careful. Boom! The ice demon emissary made his move. Frosty aura shot up into the sky and froze the void. White frost rose thousands of feet high, drowning the void and freezing everything. It extended toward the golden-robed man. Under such a cold aura, quite a few of the creatures who had already retreated were affected again. Frost hung from their hair, and some of their faces turned pale, their bodies trembling. This kind of cold energy came from the inside out, freezing the primordial spirit. It couldn't be removed. The 1,000-feet-tall ice energy froze the void and swept over. Boom! The golden-clothed man did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Golden light burst out from his body, and golden talisman runes filled the sky. In an instant, his body turned into a golden ape that was 1,000 feet tall and appeared. Redbone Horse Monkey. He is the desolate country's Du Xiaoyao. Such a redbone horse monkey in the sky immediately caused a series of exclamations. Roar! The redbone horse monkey roared. His aura was full of vitality, and an endless amount of dazzling light erupted. The power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy the surrounding space, giving people the feeling of the beginning of the world. Rumble! This was the red-bone horse monkey. Wherever his figure passed, the 1,000-feet-tall ice energy directly shattered amidst the rumbling of the void. His huge figure pounced forward, and a fist came crashing down. Ice Demon Seal. The Ice Demon Envoy's expression changed drastically. He formed a hand seal, and ice raged, turning into a huge ice hand seal. Aoho! Demonic aura surged, and there were layers of demonic shadows. Ghostly wails could be heard from the hand seal, as if countless demonic creatures were about to pounce out. Swoosh, swoosh! The two collided and golden light surged. Countless ice crystals shot out in all directions like meteorites. The Ice Demon Envoy's body was knocked back, and his eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaoyao's huge red-bone horse, monkey body, towered in front of the huge mountain. Golden light shone brightly, and his spiritual eyes looked down, wanting to stop the devil religion. The desolate country's red-bone horse monkey. The fire demon envoy who had just been knocked back stepped forward and looked at the red-bone horse monkey's body. His expression changed. He had long heard that the desolate country had a red-bone horse monkey, and that it was a terrifying creature in the legends. The red-bone horse monkey actually exists. The Ice Demon Envoy's figure swept forward, and the icy energy gathered again, as if it had covered his body, turning into 100-feet-tall ice giant. Along with the demonic aura, there was a saintly aura descending. Let's end this quickly. Don't make any mistakes. At the same time, the flames and demonic aura around the fire demon envoy surged. His body expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a demonic fire giant. The flames around him roared, and the demonic aura fluctuated. Under the terrifying pressure, it made the souls of living beings tremble. Boom! The Ice Demon Envoy and the Fire Demon Envoy reached an agreement. The two of them swept out at the same time. One was cold, the other was hot. They did not hold back their sage-to-be aura, and they wanted to finish off Du Xiaoyao with lightning speed. The two of them joined forces. The two of them were sage-to-be experts, and they brought with them a terrifying pressure. The demonic aura filled the sky, and the heavens and earth rumbled. Rumble! The sound of the heavens resounded, and it lingered on. At that moment, 10 divine rings appeared behind Du Xiaoyao's 100-feet-tall red-bone horse monkey. They brought with them an imposing pressure, and they brought with them a supreme divine aura. They immediately clashed with the Ice Demon Envoy and the Fire Demon Envoy, and the three of them clashed fiercely. Everyone was shocked. Those three figures were too frightening. The energy shockwaves that swept out made their hair stand on end. Once they were affected, their bodies would probably be crushed immediately. Roar! Du Xiaoyao roared, and with the support of the Great Circle's Supreme Being Aura, he was like a divine ape in the sky. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he constantly clashed with the Fire Demon Envoy and the Ice Demon Envoy. However, it didn't take long for Du Xiaoyao to be suppressed and at a disadvantage. After all, they were sage-to-be experts from the devil religion. Du Xiaoyao wasn't able to gain any advantage. However, Du Xiaoyao wasn't in a difficult situation even though he was fighting against two people. With his abnormal body and various talents, the Ice Demon Envoy and the Fire Demon Envoy couldn't do anything to him. On the contrary, the Ice Demon Envoy and the Fire Demon Envoy were getting more and more shocked. The two of them joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to the red-bone horse monkey. How could they not be shocked? Rumble! A muffled explosion resounded. Under the impact of the demonic aura, the swaying giant mountain finally couldn't resist and cracked. Endless demonic aura gushed out, and giant rocks soared into the sky. It's time to end everything. Kiki! The giant mountain collapsed and the earth shook. The demonic aura soared and covered the sky. It shook the universe, and a giant demonic figure appeared in the void. The creatures in the surroundings were frightened, and their expressions changed greatly. This secret land with the inheritance of a treasure actually sealed an evil demon. Chapter 2023. The demonic shadow's eyes were like black holes as he looked at Du Xiaoyao, staring at the symbol of inaction nirvana behind Du Xiaoyao's back. "Let's go." But it was only for a moment. The demonic shadow turned around and looked at the shattered mountain. Then his huge figure disappeared into the void. The fire demon envoy and the ice demon envoy who were attacking Du Xiaoyao also left in an instant. Du Xiaoyao looked at the demonic shadow, the fire demon envoy, and the earth demon envoy who left. Her eyes were serious. In the vast waters, there was a huge island that stretched across the surface of the water. Reefs were clustered around the island in clusters. On the reefs, a figure appeared. His aura was soaring. Whoosh! No one knew when it started, but the water surface was undulating. The waves were getting more and more intense. Rumble! In the waters, the rumbling sounds were endless. The island shook as if something was about to rush out from the depths of the waters. A treasure is about to appear. Everyone get ready. Pairs of eyes were red. The crowd was excited as they stared at the shaking island. There's demonic aura. Something's wrong. On top of a huge reef, a woman's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her delicate face had changed color. She wore a light green dress that accentuated her slender waist. 2 strands of glossy black hair gently brushed against her cheeks. Her skin was smooth and moist like warm jade. Her cherry lips were red without any lipstick, adding to her allure. Demonic aura. Could it be the devil religion? A heavenly voice came from a woman in a purple dress. Her purple dress was fluttering in the air. There were purple flames on it, outlining her seductive figure. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. At this moment, there was a little girl who appeared to be around 10 years old in front of these 2 women. Her tender face had a pair of eyes that did not match those of her age group. They were bewitching and noble. She stared intently at the trembling island and said to the 2 women beside her, "Mother, both of you should be careful." "Sister Xingxing, what's wrong?" Behind the 2 women, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old came out from between the 2 women. She was very young, and her voice was still childish, but there was a kind of beauty between her brows that surpassed her age. Under her long eyelashes, there was a pair of beautiful big eyes that made one's heart palpitate. They were lively and spirited, and they were looking forward curiously. "Little girl, you be careful too. Don't run around." She patted the little girl's forehead. Her skirt was surrounded by patterns of stars, and a faint golden light shone in the depths of her eyes, which were already showing signs of being a beauty. "Rumble!" As soon as the little girl finished speaking, the ground beneath the island shook, and the water surged like a tsunami. Demonic chi shot into the sky. "7th demon, it's not that easy to get out of here." An ancient voice rang out from the bottom of the island. Light soared into the sky, and dense talisman runes wrapped around the island, forming a mysterious net of light. An ancient aura seemed to have traveled through time and space, descending and spreading across time and space. Chi-la, above the void, 2 cracks seemed to have been torn open, and 2 figures came out from the void. One was a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a hood that covered most of his face. There was a violent wind around him that surged with demonic chi. The other was a middle-aged man with short hair. His body was hazy and shrouded in demonic chi. Lightning flashed through his eyes, and it was as if lightning was shooting out from his eyes. It was a heart-palpitating sight. When these 2 figures appeared, the heart-palpitating aura made the hearts of all the creatures in the water tremble. Their souls suddenly trembled. People from the devil religion. They are half-saints. The woman who spoke first raised her head. Her eyes were filled with starlight, and her dress was fluttering. Mysterious runes surged and shrouded her graceful and slender body. She was Qi Shi, and the beautiful woman in the purple dress and the little girl beside her were Zishuan and little Xingxing. Rumble! When the two middle-aged men appeared, a terrifying energy attack swept out and immediately swept towards the shaking island. The rumbling sound was accompanied by a monstrous rumble. Demonic chi surged and evil aura whistled. Lightning flashed, and the island trembled violently. The light net dimmed. The devil religion seems to want to break the seal. They want to save someone. We can't let them do as they wish. A slightly childish voice came from little Xingxing's mouth. The little figure had already soared into the sky, and his little fist blasted towards the middle-aged man who was wrapped in lightning. The golden flame in front of the fist burned the void. The middle-aged man was surprised, but then his eyes were filled with killing intent. He shook his arm, and his fist was wrapped in demonic thunder. Lightning gathered and collided directly. Bang! A dull sound spread. The space where the fists collided shattered inch by inch. The golden flame and lightning swept in all directions. The middle-aged man's figure was directly pushed back, and his expression changed drastically. Pain and burning pain came from his fist. The flame on the little fist made him afraid, and the defense was astonishing. Little Xingxing's little figure was also pushed back, but he steadied himself after 2 steps. The little figure then continued to pounce on the middle-aged man like lightning. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man was furious. With his status in the devil religion, he actually suffered a loss at the hands of a little girl. This was intolerable. He formed a hand seal, and a monstrous demonic chi and lightning swept out like a storm. The demonic chi was monstrous and lightning arcs raged. In an instant, it seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning in the void. The demonic chi billowed and blocked little Xingxing. "Little Xingxing, be careful!" "Chi!" she shouted. At the same time, the light on her body surged. Her beautiful figure carried an extraordinary holiness as she pounced on the middle-aged man with long black hair. Her wrist was white, and a hand seal was shot out from her palm. There were talisman runes surging out from this handprint, bringing with it a vast aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. "This person is already a half-saint. Let's work together to deal with him," Zixian said. Her beautiful figure followed behind Qi. Her delicate hand was wrapped in purple flames, and the blazing purple flames erupted like purple lava. The monstrous purple flames surged like a sea of fire, twisting the space and crushing the black-haired middle-aged man with Qi. "You're not enough." The black-haired middle-aged man was about to continue bombarding the island's seal, but he turned back. A cold light filled his eyes, and a gust of wind accompanied by demonic chi formed an evil aura that shook the world. It was as if a demonic realm had been opened. Demonic chi erupted, and the evil aura surged toward the 2 women. Dang dang! In the storm, Qi Shi and Zixian were pushed back at the same time. "A half-saint is too strong. Let's work together to deal with him." A graceful woman traversed the void and appeared beside Qi Shi and Zixian. She was extremely beautiful, and her face was as smooth as the autumn water. She was so refined that there was not a trace of the mortal world. She was Huang Linger of the Phoenix Clan. Chapter 2024. Us too. Following behind Huang Ling, 3 figures flashed out together. They were 2 women and 1 man. The woman had willowy eyebrows and a snowy face. Her red clothes outlined her sexy figure, and she wore a cloak of the same color. She looked noble and valiant. The man had a handsome face, and his eyes were filled with 5-colored light. His red hair fell over his shoulders, and he stood tall and straight under his battle robe. He looked extraordinary. Beside the man in battle robes, there was another man in a long robe. He stood there quietly, as if his body could emit an invisible light that made it impossible for people to ignore him. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these 3 people. They were Feng Wu, Feng Chu, and Feng Han of the Phoenix clan. Ayo! A dragon roar resounded. Not far away, in the sea of lightning, little Xingxing transformed into his true form. His entire body was pure gold, and his 100-foot wings were like phoenix wings. Blazing flames spread out, and starlight flowed on his dragon scales. Accompanied by the domineering aura of the Golden Winged Rock clan and a terrifying supreme aura, it swept through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This kind of pure gold dragon crossed the void, not afraid of the waves of the sea of lightning at all. It crossed over, shattering the space. There was a divine ring behind it, and a terrifying power swept out with the momentum of thunder. It caused the expression of the devil religion's middle-aged man to change greatly. "Stop the devil religion. Qi," she said. Yin and yang energies flowed, and starlight swept out. It was as if a river of stars had appeared in the sky. The stars rotated and rumbled, and the supreme power behind them was in the sky. Ji, rumble, a series of cries resounded. A huge purple flame demon phoenix and 4 other phoenixes appeared in the sky, as if they covered the sky, and flames rushed into the sky. Among them, a 7-colored phoenix was the most dazzling, and its light was dazzling. Divine rings appeared in the sky, one after another. Several waves of Supreme Being force surged at the same time, making the heavenly sound of the void unendingly rumble and sonorous, shatter the heavenly dome. These terrifying attacks all rushed toward the middle-aged man in gray from the devil religion, launching a fierce attack. Flames and starlight rushed into the sky, and demonic energy and yin and yang energies covered the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Energy runes shook in all directions, and the attacks were like lightning, and then the space was constantly shattered. Oh my God! This scene made the creatures in all directions tremble with fear, overwhelmed with shock. "Sister Xingxing, let me help you beat him up." On the ground, the little girl who looked like she was 4 or 5 years old was dancing with joy. Her eyes were filled with a bright green light, and an aura that didn't belong to her age was about to join in. "Little ancestor, behave yourself. There's no need for you to interfere." A young man held on tightly to the little girl. He was valiant and valiant. He was Qi Jejun from the school of Yin Yang. He didn't dare to let this little ancestor cause trouble. Along the way, he knew that this little ancestor was capable of causing trouble. "Sister Xingxing, you can do it. Mother Zixuan, you can do it. Mother Sisi, you can do it." After the little girl helplessly glared at Qi Jejun, she could only cheer from below. In the misty space, golden light fluctuated. Golden talisman patterns condensed into the phantom of a golden winged rock, and a tyrannical and sharp aura fluctuated. Within the golden light, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. Traces of golden light circulated around his body like spiritual snakes. After an unknown period of time, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the golden light around him was absorbed into his body. The shadow of the golden-winged rock behind him also gradually disappeared, turning into a golden light behind him. Phew! Du Xiaofu's face regained its rosy color, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat, shaking the void. Du Xiaofu also opened his eyes. A golden light flashed like lightning, and then it returned to its original clarity. Peering into his body, Du Xiaofu felt that the flame spirit's main body was in his Naiwen palace, and a cluster of scarlet blue flames was spreading out. It wasn't hot, but had turned into a gentle aura. It was slowly absorbing the energy in his primordial spirit and the thunder martial vein. There was also the Xian Qi in the god's watchtower being absorbed, but everything was very slow. Although this slow speed couldn't allow Du Xiaofu to always be at his peak, it didn't cause too much of a problem. Feeling that the flame spirit didn't go back on his words, Du Xiaofu was temporarily relieved. However, he frowned slightly and wasn't very happy. The seal outside the heavenly devil battlefield was getting weaker and weaker, and experts who could enter were getting stronger and stronger. There were already half-saints who had entered, and perhaps there were Saint Realm experts who had already entered. However, he was still confused about the Saint Realm. This made Du Xiaofu worried. If he met a half-saint, he already had the power to resist. But if he met a true Saint Realm expert, it was far from enough. The Saint Realm was a real gap, and it was the difference between the strong and the weak of all living things. The Venerable Realm and the Domain Realm were the experts in this world, and they were the top existences of the pyramid. However, the Saint Realm was the top existence of the pyramid, and they could really overlook all living things. After seeing the dragons, legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and those Saint Realm experts in the devil religion, Du Xiaofu was even more eager to take that step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capital to contend with those forces. Even if he could resist a half-saint at this moment, it was far from enough. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared from the desolate, ancient space. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, he was already outside the cave. "Here, third brother is here!" A surprised voice was heard, and many figures flew over from the distant void and landed beside Du Xiaofu in a flash. Rock Emperor, President, Smiles appeared on each of their faces. They were none other than Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Dongli Qingqing, Miaming King, Thunderhawk King, Jiang Chun, and the others. "Third brother, are you all right?" Du Xiaoman rushed over and checked on Du Xiaofu. Seeing that he was fine, her heart, that was hanging in the air, finally relaxed. "Big sister, I'm fine." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Looking at everyone's tired expressions, he knew they'd been looking for him for a long time. After chatting for a while, Du Xiaofu didn't reveal anything about the fire lightning seed. Instead, he learned that when big sister Du Xiaoman and second brother Du Yunlong had escaped from Long Yi's clutches, in addition to the farmer clan's Mo family's help, they'd also had Jiang Qin's help. "Many thanks." Du Xiaofu smiled at Jiang Qin. Inwardly, he was shocked. After witnessing this guy's strength, the golden growler's true form was truly terrifying. "No need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, that drop of true dragon blood essence you have is quite useful to me. Just give it to me." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at Du Xiaofu. Roar. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, a resplendent golden light poured out of Du Xiaofu's palm, accompanied by auspicious light. It emitted a dragon's roar and a terrifying pressure. "No problem." Du Xiaofu smiled and tossed a drop of blood to Jiang Chen. True dragon blood essence was a precious treasure. It was far more valuable than a saint artifact. But to Du Xiaofu, a drop of true dragon blood essence couldn't compare to the value of his family. Jiang Qin had helped his eldest sister, Du Xiaoman, and the others. A drop of true dragon blood essence was nothing. Not to mention, it couldn't compare to the special relationship he had with Jiang Qin. They were friends, but not friends. It was hard to describe. Jiang Qin's handsome face was slightly stunned. He knew this guy was stingy. He hadn't expected him to really give him true dragon blood essence. "Thank you. I owe you a favor." Jiang Qin put away the true dragon blood essence. He didn't refuse, his expression as calm as ever. "How about you join my barren country?" Du Xiaofu chuckled at Jiang Qin, his eyes filled with anticipation. If this guy joined the barren country, they'd definitely gain another powerful expert. This guy. When they saw Du Xiaofu's smile, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, and the others couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This guy really was pulling people in whenever and wherever he could. However, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, and the rest of the people present knew that the reason why the desolate nation was able to rise up in such a short period of time, other than the rallying power of Demon King Du Xiaofu, the most important factor was his ability to recruit people at any time and place. Not interested. Jiang Chen glanced at Du Xiaofu and refused without hesitation. "Why don't you reconsider?" Du Xiaofu wasn't willing to give up. If he could pull this guy into the barren country, any price would be worth it. "No need to consider." Jiangchen couldn't be bothered with Du Xiaofu. He walked off to the side. Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed. Then he asked everyone about the whereabouts of Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoyao, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, and his drunkard father. We were separated in the heavenly devil battlefield. It's too big, so I haven't seen them again, Du Yunlong said. Du Xiaofu nodded. The heavenly devil battlefield was huge. But with Du Xiaoyao and his drunkard father's strength, they shouldn't be in too much danger. He was just worried about Ouyang Shuang and Su Muxin. Qi Yeshi should be protected by experts from the school of Yinyang. So Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried. He continued to ask, "Is there any news about little Xingxing?" "I haven't seen him either." Du Xiaoman shook her head. "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He wasn't worried about little Xingxing. If little Xingxing had entered the heavenly devil battlefield, he should be with the Phoenix clan. He just didn't know how the little ant emperor was doing. He hoped that he hadn't let down the old ant emperor's trust, and that the little ant emperor had successfully evolved. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of wind being torn apart. Many figures were flying over from afar, arriving from the void. Chapter 2025. Rock Emperor. Many people called out as they landed beside the crowd. Those who came were from the Nong family and the Mo family. They had spread out to search for Du Xiaofu. They had a way to contact the people of the desolate country. As soon as they found Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoman had already sent a signal to the two families. Greetings to the seniors of the Nong family and the Mo family. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and bowed to the old man. Those who came were from the Mo family and the Nong family. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Renin, Mo Junyu, and other familiar figures were at the front. Just now, from Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaofu learned that the Nong family and the Mo family were also helping to search for him. From the beginning until now, the Nong family and the Mo family had taken great care of him and the desolate country. All of this was engraved in Du Xiaofu's heart. He was especially respectful to the elders of the two families. Rock Emperor is too polite. The elders and experts of the Nong family and the Mo family didn't dare to be careless. The scene of the man in front of them killing Saint Shanglong and Long, it was still deeply imprinted in their minds. In this world where strength was respected, they were very clear in their hearts that those who were stronger were first. The former's strength was enough for them to look up to, and the former's respect meant that they hadn't misjudged him. We received news that not long ago, 2 devil emperors broke out of the seal again, and several half-step saints of the devil religion appeared. Mo Renin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The disciples of the Mo family were scattered in the heavenly devil battlefield, so they would be notified immediately if there was any important news. 2 more devil emperor primordial spirits. A total of 4 devil emperors have appeared." Du Xiaofu frowned, his expression grave. According to the heavenly would divine tree senior, for devil emperor primordial spirits were sealed outside, and the remaining 5 were sealed inside the eternal tomb. Now that the 4 devil emperor primordial spirits outside had broken out, Moksha and the 9 devil emperors had gone to help the strongest devil emperor, and arrange for the other experts to go to another secret area. Du Xiaofu guessed that those half-step saints should be the fire demon envoy, ice demon envoy, and the others of the 5 demon envoys. "There's another piece of news that you should be interested in." Zhou Xiaoluo looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing and Miss Qi from the Yinyang school of the Yang school, and Qi of the Phoenix race." But they didn't stop, the 2 devil emperors, the Yinyang school of the Yinyang school, and Qi from the Phoenix race were also Niang Yinyang Yangs and Lu Yinyangs and Inyinzes. PFF. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He had finally heard some good news. At least there was news about little demon Du, little star, and Qi Shi. "Do you know the whereabouts of Du Xiaoyao, little star, and the others?" Du Xiaofu asked Zhou Xiaoluo. He wanted to meet up with little star, Du Xiaoyao, Qi Shi, and the others so that he could take care of them. "You don't need to look for them. I reckon that they've all gone to the eternal tomb." Zhou Shaluo seemed to have seen through Du Xiaofu's thoughts and said to Du Xiaofu, "The Eternal Tomb." Hearing that, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing's eyes flashed. Have they gone to the Eternal Tomb? Du Xiaofu lowered his head and pondered. Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree had said that there were a total of 4 demon emperors sealed outside. The remaining 5 were completely suppressed in the Eternal Tomb. At this moment, there were already 4 Devil Emperor primordial spirits that had broken out of the seal. It was very likely that they would return to the Tomb of Eternity to assist the other 5. Once the other 5 Devil Emperor primordial spirits broke out of the seal as well, the 9 Devil Emperors would all emerge and the great calamity of the world would completely descend. Seeing Du Xiaofu's reaction, Mo Runin was somewhat surprised. Even among the 9 great clans, there were definitely not many people who knew about the Eternal Tomb. She asked, "You also know about the Eternal Tomb?" "I've heard a senior mention it before, but I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it either. Can Miss Mo tell me?" Du Xiaofu took the opportunity to ask, seeing Mo Runin's reaction. She seemed to know about the Eternal Tomb. There were still 5 demon emperors sealed inside. Naturally, she would know more about the Eternal Tomb. "Let me tell you about this." The beautiful leader beside Mo Runin smiled and stepped forward slightly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, there was an uncontrollable fluctuation in her eyes. She said, "There are several secret places in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, such as the Heavenly Yu Mountain and the Myriad Spirit Burial Domain. But the most mysterious one is the Eternal Tomb. Almost all the ancestors of the 9 great clans are inside. It is said that it was once the battlefield between the Dragon God and that mysterious supreme expert against the Demon God. The Dragon God, the mysterious supreme expert." Such words made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. That was little Xingxing's father and the lord of the 3,000 vast worlds. The Eternal Tomb was their battlefield against the Demon God. If the Demon Emperors are not dead, then the ancestors of the 9 great clans may not have fallen in the Eternal Tomb. The old man leading the farmer clan looked expectant and his body trembled slightly. Those demon emperors were suppressed in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Since the demon emperor's primordial spirits had already emerged, then it was very likely that the ancestors of the farmer clan had not fallen. Du Xiaofu did not speak, but his heart was in turmoil. Those demon emperors had already emerged, and there was also the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Even ancient experts like Master Huolei had not fallen since ancient times. If there were ancestors of the 9 great clans in the Eternal Tomb, they would definitely be at the Saint Realm. They would not have fallen so easily. His expression kept changing. Du Xiaofu was both happy and worried. Du Xiaofu was happy that if there really were ancient experts of the 9 great clans in the Eternal Tomb, then they would have the power to resist those demon emperors. Du Xiaofu was worried that the school of vertical and horizontal dragons and legalism already had Saint Realm experts. Now, there was also the addition of a famous expert. If there was another group of ancient experts, then his days would be even more difficult. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Zhou Shaluo's eyebrows moved slightly. Her eyes flashed, and her voice was like the sound of nature. She said softly, "There is another piece of news. I don't know if it is good or bad news for you." "Miss Zhou, please speak," Du Xiaofu asked. Outside the Heavenly Devil battlefield, according to the news from the farmer clan, many half-saints have already entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield, including the half-saints of the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. They should all be searching for the true location of the Eternal Tomb. It is very important and relates to the true fate of the clans. Zhou Shaluo smiled helplessly. Her beautiful face was moving. She continued, "In addition, the seal outside the Heavenly Devil battlefield will completely dissipate in a few days. At that time, the saints will be able to directly enter. What I was worried about really came." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He was worried that the saints would come in. He did not expect it to be so soon. As for the half-saints, one of the dragons had already come. The devil religion had also sent 5 devil envoys. The rest were nowhere to be seen. It turned out that they had all gone to search for the eternal tomb. Those devil emperors only broke out of the seal inside the heavenly devil battlefield with their nascent spirits. Their physical bodies are already outside. Although their physical bodies are not at their strongest, they still cannot enter the heavenly devil battlefield because of the seal outside. However, once the seal outside completely dissipates, their physical bodies and nascent spirits will merge into one and recover their full strength. Zhou Xiaoluo's face turned solemn. As the proud daughter of the known family, she knew a lot of secrets. Even the ancient ancestors couldn't kill those devil emperors. So one could imagine how terrifying they would be once they recovered their full strength. Chapter 2026. It's really going to be lively now. Dongli Qingqing smiled. However, everyone could see that the smile on her beautiful face was filled with a kind of seriousness that couldn't be removed. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. We'll see when the time comes. Du Xiaofu shrugged and asked Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Renan, and the others, "Do you know where the Tomb of Eternity is?" "We received news from a senior of the Mo family not long ago. The location of the Tomb of Eternity has been roughly confirmed. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others have hurried to the Tomb of Eternity. I think someone must have sent news to them." Mo Renan nodded. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The other clans have probably received news from their experts and are hurrying to the Tomb of Eternity." "We should go to the Tomb of Eternity as well," said Zhou Xiaoluo. "Have all the half-saints gone? Then let's hurry over." Du Xiaofu faced him and spoke. There was anticipation in his eyes, and there was also a wisp of cold light that flashed through them without leaving a trace. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Qi Yeshi, and the others had all gone to the Tomb of Eternity. They could meet up with them. Du Xiaofu guessed that the half-saints of the School of Legalism, the School of Famous, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal must be near the Tomb of Eternity right now. They could find an opportunity to deal with the saints before they could enter. Otherwise, once the saints and the ancient ancestors of the 9 clans emerged from the Tomb of Eternity, there would be no more opportunities. It would be a huge problem for them. A while later, the vast group of people took to the air and hurried to the Tomb of Eternity. Along the way, Du Xiaofu asked about Sima Muhan from the Mo family. He learned that Sima Muhan, Sima Taxing, and the others were with another group of experts from the Mo family. They should be hurrying to the Tomb of Eternity right now. What worried Du Xiaofu slightly was that his alcoholic father, Ouyang Shuang, and Su Muxin were still unknown. The School of Agriculture and the Mo family had not noticed them either. Maybe they're also heading towards the Eternal Tomb. I didn't receive any news because the people in my race didn't pay attention. Zhou Xiaoluo said to Du Xiaofu, "Every clan had their own secret method of transmitting information. But this transmission of information came at a great cost. Usually, only the most important information would be transmitted." Du Xiaofu didn't ask any more questions. He could only go to the Eternal Tomb first. The heavenly devil battlefield was still the same. However, for some reason, those demonic beasts became even crazier. Powerful demonic beasts appeared everywhere and attacked the living beings of various races. These demonic beasts were extremely powerful, causing people to be wary of them. Once they encountered a demonic beast tide, they would be doomed. These demonic beasts seem to be heading towards a certain place. Could it be that something big has happened? Someone discovered that a large number of demonic beasts were all heading in the same direction, as if they had been summoned by something. Let's follow them and take a look. With such a huge commotion, it must be unusual. Someone said, "Wealth came from danger." They followed behind the demonic beasts from afar, hoping to find an opportunity. I heard that the people of the 9 great clans are heading towards a place called the Eternal Tomb. That's the core of the heavenly devil battlefield. It's very important. There must be treasures there. I heard that too. The powerful beings of various races are also heading towards the eternal tomb. Let's follow them and take a look. Who knows? We might find an opportunity. Hurry up and follow them. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Discussions were everywhere. The news of the eternal tomb gradually spread. In the vast forest, the towering trees were about 100 feet tall. Some were even a few hundred feet tall. The strange trees were different from the outside world. They extended to the sky and covered the mountain range. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. There was an inconspicuous mountain peak hidden in the depths of the forest. The dense towering trees around it didn't move at all. It was extremely strange. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that this large area of space had silently frozen. There was a strange aura that permeated the surroundings like air, freezing the void. On the mountain peak, towering trees clustered around it. At this moment, there were 9 figures standing quietly. They gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. The aura they faintly released was enough to make living creatures tremble. Among the 9 people, there was a well-built old man with long hair and a beard. His face was old and strong. He seemed to be in his twilight years, but he gave off a powerful and majestic feeling. If Du Xiaofu were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Old Huang, whom he had met once at the legalism conference. He was a demi-saint level demonic beast and had fought with Old Lei before. He was extremely powerful. What was shocking was that the aura of the other 8 people was not much weaker than Old Huang. There was no doubt that they were all powerful beings of the same level. The gathering of 9 powerful beings was enough to make the world tremble. However, at this moment, the 9 of them had concealed their aura. It was obvious that they did not want others to know. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. There was an old woman beside Old Huang. Her long hair was like the first snow of winter, like the first frost of autumn. Half of her silver hair was covered, and her face was wrinkled. It was as if the twists and turns of her life were engraved on it, telling the vicissitudes of life. The silver-haired old woman looked at the 8 people beside her. There was a faint chill in her eyes. Her voice was icy as she continued, "That little bastard Du Xiaofu must die. Otherwise, there will be no end to the future. With his growth speed, I'm afraid that he won't be far from breaking through to the saint stage. At that time, I'm afraid that all of our clans will be exterminated. That bastard is detestable. My clan's disciples have all fallen at his hands. My clan, and he cannot exist under the same sky. No matter the price, we must kill him." A thin but extremely tall old man was filled with anger. His cheeks were severely sunken, and his face, which was covered with deep wrinkles, was trembling in anger. "That brat killed my Red Fire Demon Lion clan's people. He must pay the price." A skinny old man's body shook. He was wearing red clothes. His face was old, but he had a well-built body that was as straight as a pole. There was a fiery and vigorous aura on his body that was extremely frightening and caused one's heart to palpitate. "My Demon Vulture clan is not done with that brat. No matter who it is, he must pay the price for killing my Demon Vulture clan's disciples." Another old woman spoke. On her wrinkled face, she had a hooked nose and a long chin. It was as if 2 hooks were stuck together. This old woman's hair was very eye-catching. Half of it was white and half of it was black. Her skinny body was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloak. Her intimidating eyes made one's soul palpitate just by looking up. "He dared to touch my Heavenly Serpent clan's people. Does that little bastard really think that no one can kill him just because he has the protection of the Golden-Winged Rock clan?" An old man beside the cloaked woman from the Demon Vulture tribe revealed a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. His hair was combed until not a single strand was messy. Strands of silver hair were clearly visible amidst his black hair. Within his slightly sunken eye sockets, a pair of dark brown eyes fluctuated, as though an unusual phenomenon had surfaced. The Golden Winged Rock clan won't be able to jump around for long. That little bastard must die, and so must the rest of the barren country's people. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots to prevent future troubles. Leave no one alive. A middle-aged man in battle clothes stepped out. His voice was low, and his eyes were filled with golden light. It was as if there was a dragon's shadow circling in them. His gaze swept across the 8 people, and finally fell on Elder Huang of the Legalism. He said, "Huang Zhu, many people from the Legalism have died at the hands of that little bastard. I wonder what the Legalism's attitude is this time." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Elder Huang's expression changed slightly. He already knew everything that had happened in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Legalism had lost almost everyone. Among the younger generation, except for Du Shaojing, there was no one else who could walk out. The Legalism had suffered heavy losses, one after another. Back when he was in the school of legalism, he thought that such a young man would be able to look down on everyone even in the primordial era. He was right. In such a short period of time, the young man had already reached such a level. Before they came in, no one in the Heavenly Devil battlefield could be his opponent. The legalism will naturally advance and retreat with everyone. That brat can't be left alive, Elder Huang said. His voice was calm, but there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant and regretful to kill that brat. If such a young man could be used by the legalism, it would be a great help. Together with Du Shaojing, that pair of brother and sister would be enough to make the legalism suppress and prosper in the world. However, at this point, the school of legalism had missed the chance to rope in that kid. Now that things had come to this, the school of legalism had suffered heavy losses one after another. They had reached a point where they had no choice but to get rid of them. If they allowed them to continue growing, none of them would be able to stop them. This was the school of legalism's intention when he entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Horn Dragon, was Shanglong really killed by that brat, or did someone help him? Elder Huang asked the middle-aged man in battle clothes. I received news that it was done by that little bastard alone. He has already reached the pinnacle of the undying realm. The middle-aged man in battle clothes, who was called Horn Dragon, had a cold look in his eyes. Long Air, and the other dragons had lost all their hopes. Shanglong had also lost his dragon, soul, Mark, not long ago. There was news that he had been killed by that brat. This kind of loss was not just a serious injury to the dragons, but a great loss to their internal organs. The price was too great. That brat must die, and the desolate country must be eradicated. He already has such strength. Hearing this, everyone's eyes rippled, and their expressions were complicated. Not to mention that it was extremely abnormal for someone at the pinnacle of the undying realm to kill a sage-to-be. Not to mention that the brat had already reached such a level in such a short period of time. It made them, who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, blush with shame. What made their expressions change the most was that if Shanglong Saint was really killed by Du Xiaofu, it undoubtedly proved that the brat already had the strength to kill them. None of them believed that they were much stronger than Shanglong Saint. Chapter 2027. Among the 9 people, an old man and an old woman who had not spoken all this time looked at each other in dismay at this moment. Ripples appeared in their eyes. Scorpio, ground spider, it hasn't been easy for you to cultivate to this level. You should know some secrets of this world. The great calamity of the world is coming again, and no one can resist it. When the time comes, no one will be able to escape. However, some people are exceptions and can escape. If you follow us dragons, you will naturally be able to avoid the calamity. The horned dragon took in the old man and woman's expressions and spoke calmly. His eyes darkened as he said, "The tomb of eternity is about to open. Our ancestors will definitely be able to walk out. Who knows? They might even allow you to take the last step. When the time comes, you can avoid the calamity and step into the Saint Realm. There is an even wider world waiting for you. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape the calamity. Therefore, the opportunity now lies in your hands. Hearing the horned dragon's words, the old man's brown eyes flashed. He and the old woman looked at each other, both of them deep in thought. It was indeed not easy for them to cultivate. They had lived for a long time and knew many secrets of this world. Therefore, they had always been in seclusion and did not care about the outside world. When the heavenly devil battlefield opened, they waited to enter. They wanted to seek an opportunity to help them take the last step. Otherwise, even before the great calamity came, their lifespans would be coming. Even if that little bastard relied on the divine lightning cauldron and killed Shanglong. With us together, killing the brat would be as easy as flipping our palms. At that time, what can the golden-winged great rocks do? When our ancestors walk out of the tomb of eternity, the great golden-winged rocks won't be able to jump around for much longer. The horned dragons continued. Hearing this and hearing the 3 words divine thunder cauldron, everyone's eyes lit up. We will naturally advance and retreat together with the dragons. The old man called Scorpio pondered and made a decision after weighing the pros and cons hearing Scorpio's words. Everyone's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Scorpio and Ground Spider were not simple. Now that they were walking together with the dragons, it seemed that they had been roped in by the dragons. This was not a good thing for the other factions. But from the looks of it, the more the better. News of the Tomb of Eternity has spread. I believe that little bastard Du Xiaofu will definitely rush over. Those from the desolate country will definitely come as well. This time we will kill them all. By the roots to kill them all. The horned dragon, 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 dragon. The horned dragon sneered. Coldness shot out from the corner of his eyes, and his face was sunken. Then he glanced at old Huang in a seemingly unintentional manner and said, "It's because the school of legalism didn't remove the roots that they got into this mess. We can't make another mistake. Horned dragon, watch your words. My school of legalism has also suffered heavy losses, and many of our disciples have died. Quite a few of your Dragon Clan's disciples were killed by that brat, but that's because your descendants are too weak. It has nothing to do with the school of legalism," Elder Huang said. He looked at the serpent dragon, and his eyes flickered. "Huang Zhu, are you saying that the descendants of legalism are stronger than the descendants of the dragons?" The horned dragon stared at Elder Huang and kept calling him by his name. As a dragon, he had the pride of a dragon. "Our legalism has an innate saint. Dragons can spar with him at any time. However, the 9 descendants of the dragons have all died. I'm afraid you won't be able to find anyone else." The corner of Huang Zhu's mouth twitched. He looked at the horned dragon and said with a faint smile, "However, if you're not convinced, I can exchange a few moves with you. I want to see how far you've progressed over the years, and how far you're still from the true sage realm." The horned dragon's expression was ugly. Huang Zhu was rubbing salt on the dragon's wounds. His eyes were gloomy. "Brother Huang Zhu, brother horned dragon, please don't ruin the harmony between the two of you. Our goal this time is to get rid of that great threat." The silver-haired old lady who first spoke. She was afraid that the horned dragon and Huang Zhu would fight. At this moment, the other people also stepped forward to separate the horned dragon and Huang Zhu. They didn't want to have internal strife before getting rid of that scourge. The horned dragon stared at Huang Zhu and said gloomily, "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to fight anymore. You've lived for so long, but you've never stepped into the true saint realm. If you're still alive after the heavenly devil battlefield, I'd like to see how far you've come. I'll keep you company." Huang Zhu's expression was calm, but there were waves in his heart. He was indeed close to the end of his lifespan. If he fought now, it would consume his life force and accelerate the arrival of his lifespan. He had been a half-saint for a long time and lived for a long time. However, he couldn't escape his lifespan. He had been seeking to improve further and step into the true saint realm. That way, he would be able to live again. However, the saint realm was too difficult. He couldn't succeed even if he used all his strength. Therefore, he entered the heavenly devil battlefield, this time as the vanguard of legalism. He wanted to find opportunities in the heavenly devil battlefield to improve further and live again. If he failed this time, the end of his lifespan would come. I've heard that the desolate country has many honorable martial artists. We have to kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they'll be a threat in the future, said a tall, thin elder from the family of famers. The deep wrinkles on his face trembled. Everyone nodded silently when they heard the elder's words. Almost all of the younger generation in their clan had been killed. They no longer had any leading figures. However, the desolate country had many honorable martial artists among the younger generation. There were many geniuses. Even if Du Xiaofu was killed, the desolate country would still be terrifying and cause endless trouble. If another terrifying kid like Du Xiaofu appeared in the desolate country, the various clans wouldn't be able to afford the price. Therefore, they didn't just have to kill that scourge this time. They also had to eradicate the entire desolate country. I've heard that Du Xiaofu's little bastard's father, Du Tingxian, is also a great honorable nirvana. He obtained the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. He also has a small mutated dragon and a red-bone horse monkey. These 3 definitely can't be left alive. They have to be eliminated, said the horned dragon. From the information the dragons had received, Du Tingxian and the other 2 were the most terrifying existences in the desolate country aside from that little bastard. They definitely couldn't be left alive. We also have to be wary of the school of agriculture, the school of Moism, and the school of Yin-Yang interfering. I've heard that the school of Taoism and the school of Confucianism are also very close to that kid. This time, we better not have any accidents. The silver-haired old lady spoke again. Her eyes were cold. She was from the school of vertical and horizontal. She had been in seclusion all this time in order to advance further. She was only summoned when the heavenly devil battlefield opened this time. She found out about the recent losses the school of vertical and horizontal had suffered. In particular, a few of her direct descendants with extraordinary bloodlines had also met with misfortune. This made her furious and unable to hold back her anger. She was determined to kill that scourge. Chapter 2028. The School of Agriculture, the School of Moism, the School of Yin-Yang, the School of Taoism, and the School of Confucianism are after the divine Thunder Cauldron. Let's see what plans they have after that brat dies this time. The old man from the famous clan sneered. His eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. That brat had a divine lightning cauldron. When he gathered all 9 cauldrons, it would be extraordinary. The famed scholars had no intention of interfering in the grudge between the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and the desolate nation. But it was different this time. Du Xiaofu had killed the elites of the younger generation of the famed clan and was deeply involved with the remnants of the Fangji clan. The famed clan had no choice but to intervene. However, if they were able to obtain a divine lightning cauldron because of that, it would be of great importance to them. As he thought about it, the old man could not help but become excited. Based on our original plan, this place is the only path to the Tomb of Eternity. Just to be safe, we will wait here and kill whoever comes. The horned dragon spoke. Murderous intent poured out of his eyes without hiding it. On Huang Zhu's aged face, there was a slight fluctuation in his gaze. He sighed inwardly. A junior who should have made contributions to legalism would probably not be able to escape this time. The huge canyon was filled with dense white fog that covered the sky. Lightning flashed back and forth, occasionally converging into thunderbolts that shuttled back and forth in the thick white fog before mysteriously disappearing. There were many people standing on top of the canyon. The three women at the front were the most shocking. One of them was a woman dressed in tight clothing. Her long and slender legs, tight buttocks, and slender waist outlined a perfect and seductive curve. Her devilish figure and peerless beauty combined in one body was enough to move one's soul. Beside the well-dressed woman, there was another woman. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, she was not much inferior to the former. Her eyes seemed to be misty, and her long skirt outlined a graceful arc. Her temperament was elegant and slightly charming. The third woman wasn't very old. She was graceful, slender and elegant. She was devastatingly beautiful, enough to stun the world. These three women were none other than Ouyang Shuang, whom Du Xiaofu had been worried about. Beside her were Yi Zijin and Dai Xingyu. Behind the three women were several Du family disciples. Among them were Du Gui, Du Chong, and a few others, as well as Gui Che, Violent Bear King, Silver-Winged Devil Condor, and many others. This place is unusual. Don't get too close. I'll be right back. A voice rang out. Above the thick white fog in the canyon, there was a figure floating in the air with a straight back as lightning arcs shuttled back and forth. It was a handsome middle-aged man who stood in the air like a spear. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep and sharp. "Uncle Tingxian, be careful," Yi Zijin said to the middle-aged man. Her expression was grave. There were dangers everywhere in the heavenly devil battlefield, and she was worried. "All right." The middle-aged man nodded his head. Who else could it be other than Du Tingxian? As his voice fell, his hair fluttered, and his body faintly emitted the cries of dragons and snakes. He leaped into the thick white fog. Crackle! Suddenly, lightning shuttled back and forth in the white fog. In the air above the canyon, dense lightning bolts appeared and intertwined. The entire canyon seemed to have suddenly changed. A terrifying aura erupted, and the energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Dai Xingyu, and the silver-winged devil condor all frowned. It's indeed strange. Du Tingxian raised his eyebrows. He was already prepared. Lightning erupted from his body, and a lightning armor covered his body with a rumbling sound. Covered in lightning armor, Du Tingxian was not afraid of the lightning in the air. He even devoured the rampaging lightning bolts. "Open for me." With a loud shout, Du Tingxian shook his arm, and a wave of energy swept out, dispersing the thick white fog in the air. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Inside the canyon, as the white mist dispersed, energy suddenly erupted. An incomparably blazing lightning rune surged out, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if a small lake of lightning was surging. Then, to Du Tingxuan's astonishment, he saw a plant take root in the center of the dazzling lake of lightning. It was purple and pulsed with electric arcs. It had a total of 7 leaves. The 7 leaves set off a crystalline lotus flower in full bloom. It was as if it had been carved from the world's most perfect purple spiritual jade. It was magnificent and natural. However, the purple electric arcs that emanated from the lotus flower were enough to make one's primordial spirit tremble. 9 transformations, divine Lei Lian. No, it's only 7 transformations. 7 transformations, divine Lei Lian. Du Tingxian was shocked. He had received the inheritance of his master, Jinlei Tensei, and also obtained the 2 treasures of Jinlei Tensei. The 3rd treasure, the 9 transformations divine Lei Lian, had always been in the hands of his son, Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the 9 transformations divine Lei Lian in front of him was a rare 9 transformations divine Lei Lian. Although it was only at the 7th transformations, its value was immeasurable. It would turn into the 9th transformation sooner or later. On the 7 transformations divine Lei Lian, electric arcs rippled like blooming petals, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth around it. The electric arcs crackled and finally erupted with endless power of thunder, turning into a strange lightning beast that pounced directly at Du Tingxian. So it's this rare treasure. This trip was not in vain. Du Tingxian made his move. He formed a hand seal, releasing electric arcs and threw a punch. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Du Tingxuan's punch was filled with killing intent. It was like the sovereign of thunder, and it directly blasted the strange lightning beast to pieces. Chi la la, the 7 transformations divine Lei Lian spun, stirring up a lake of lightning. Huge waves rose and fell like a tsunami of lightning, sweeping towards Du Tingxian with overwhelming force. That flower is a rare treasure. It's extremely terrifying. Even overlords won't be able to obtain it, Dai Xingyu said as he gazed at the lightning flower from afar. Although he didn't know what rare treasure it was, he was certain that it was priceless. It was a great opportunity for lightning cultivators. However, the rare treasure was extremely powerful and contained lightning. Even overlords wouldn't be able to obtain it if they encountered it. Rumble, terrifying waves of thunder and lightning swept towards Du Tingxian. In Du Tingxuan's eyes, purple arcs of lightning shot out. The thunder armor on his body suddenly bloomed with thunder and lightning. His thunder martial veins covered his body, and a murderous aura surged through the air. Rolling lightning swept over, but Du Tingxian ignored it. He passed through the sea of lightning and appeared before the 7 transformations divine Lei Lian. The 7 transformations divine Lei Lian seemed to have a spirit. It seemed to have sensed something. Space cracked amidst the ripples of lightning as it tried to tear through space and escape. You can't escape. Seal! Du Tingxian shouted in a deep voice. As he formed a seal with his hands, his thunder martial vein erupted. Mysterious purple lightning talismans covered the entire area. Killing chi permeated the air. It didn't carry any killing intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. Rumble, purple lightning swept across the sky, punishing all living things as it enveloped the 7 transformations divine Lei Lian. Chapter 2029. Under the chi of punishment and righteousness, the 7 revolutions Lei Lian stopped struggling and was finally sealed by Du Tingxian. The surrounding thunder and lightning began to dissipate into the void. Du Tingxian kept the 7 revolutions Lei Lian in his hand, and a rare smile appeared on his handsome face. He retracted his thunder and lightning armor and landed on the canyon. Congratulations, Uncle Tingxian! Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Chong, Du Gui, and the others were happy for him. Looking at the rare smile on Du Tingxuan's face, they knew that he had obtained an extraordinary treasure. Let's go to the Tomb of Eternity. There should be many experts gathered there. Rumor has it that there are already half-saints there. Everyone be careful. Du Tingxian looked up slightly, his eyes filled with joy and worry. He said to Ouyang Shuang and the others beside him, "If nothing goes wrong, that kid should also be rushing to the Tomb of Eternity. He shouldn't miss such a big event." In the calm void, the sky was dark and there were clusters of dark clouds scattered irregularly in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, in the calm void, there was the sound of wind breaking. Several figures streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. In 2 flashes, they were close to the void. There were more than 20 figures in total. In the lead was a handsome man in golden clothes with a chiseled face. His golden eyes shone brightly and his long golden hair fell to his shoulders. His figure was lean and tall, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura of a ruler. Who else could it be but Du Xiaoyao? The information we received can't be wrong, right? Mei Ling spoke. Her graceful figure flashed through the sky while her scarlet-red dress fluttered gently, and a few scarlet-red ribbons danced on her jet-black and beautiful hair. Her figure was beautiful and charming, and it was capable of moving the souls of others. Many people are looking ahead. The information we received can't be wrong. The tomb of eternity should be right ahead, Du Xiaoyao said. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint golden glow. I wonder if the president has arrived. As Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, a middle-aged man beside Mei Ling spoke. His hair was like a small black python. His eyes were blood red and terrifying, and his body had a dense and cold aura fluctuating. It was the Blood Vine Demon. Behind the Blood Vine Demon, there were more than 10 people from Desolate Country and Tianwu Academy. Although their cultivations, they were not too shabby. They were not General, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, or Ghost Child. If the tomb is as the tomb of eternity as the rumors say, that guy, the blood god, the president, that guy should be on his way there. After Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, he turned to the people behind him and said, "Be careful. We might encounter various factions ahead. The desolate state has many enemies. Once we are in danger, act according to the situation. After all, you won't be able to help." The S to S that the disciples was the they on the they was. The mountains and rivers were connected, and the mountains stood tall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Spatial ripples appeared in the sky. Scorching heat waves surged as several figures flew across the sky. Oh, whoa! There were elderly experts riding on demonic beast mounts. There were also many figures flying in the sky, emitting powerful auras. The surrounding living beings quickly retreated, not daring to get close. Leading the way were 4 blazing fire wands pulling an ancient carriage inscribed with talisman runes. Their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke would spread. Scorching heat swept across the land. It's the Phoenix race. And the Yinyang school. That's strange. Why would the Phoenix race be with the Yinyang school? It seems like the rumors are true. All the major forces are heading to the Tomb of Eternity. Let's follow them. We can't miss them. Looking at the group of people passing by, the living beings in the distance were astonished and discussed among themselves. Clang, 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 the Phoenix carriage sped along, the flames fluctuating. The rainbow-colored ornaments on the curtains tinkled. The seemingly small, ancient carriage was extremely spacious. At this moment, several figures were sitting inside. Apart from a little girl who was about 10 years old and a little girl who was about 3 or 4 years old, there were also 4 stunning women and 2 valiant young men. These people were naturally Zi Xian, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Feng Chu, Feng Han, Qi Shi, and little Xingxing from the Phoenix race. Those demon emperor primordial spirits have broken free one after another. I wonder where Dad is now. He must enter the Tower of Eternity. That's his last chance, little Xingxing said. His young and tender face had an aged air that didn't match his age. News of the Tower of Eternity has spread. With his personality, he will definitely go there, Zixian said. Her voice was like the sound of nature. I'm so happy. I can finally see my dad. The little girl was very excited. Her face was full of smiles. I hope he won't be frightened. Qi Yi, she smiled and stroked the little girl's hair. In the carriage, everyone smiled knowingly. That guy hadn't married yet, but he already had 2 daughters. Both of them were terrifying existences. It was said that Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and several other descendants of the Du family were all extremely talented. Who would dare to provoke such a family? In the void, there were chaotic spatial ripples all around, forming a storm. If ordinary creatures were to enter it, they would be torn to pieces. This was a void space. Cultivators at the domain realm and above had to tear space apart to travel through this void. Although these spatial storms were powerful, they weren't much of a threat to the domain realm experts. In the silent void, there was only the whistling of spatial turbulence. 9 figures were sitting cross-legged. There were men and women, and several of them were old. The aura on their bodies was concealed to the point that it didn't leak out at all. These 9 people were Huang Zhu from the legalism school, the Horned Dragon, the School of Vertical and Horizontal, the School of Famers, the Demon Vulture Clan, the Heavenly Snake Clan, the Red Fire Demon Lion Clan, and the Sky Scorpion Earth Spider. The 9 experts seemed to have been hiding here for quite some time. After an unknown period of time, Huang Zhu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the 8 people around him opened their eyes at almost the same time. The aura is very familiar. It should be the Redbone Horse Ape from the Desolate Country. Huang Zhu said, "Kiki, I didn't expect that Redbone Horse Ape to be the first to come. Then I'll collect interest first. I'll kill whoever comes." The Horned Dragon sneered. The mountain range was vast. The towering trees were more than 300 meters tall. They extended to the sky, covering the mountain range and extending to the horizon. Chapter 2030. Whoosh, whoosh. In the vast void, there were more than 20 figures flying through the void at high speed. These figures were Du Xiaoyao, Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others. Wait. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao's figure stopped in midair. He waved his hand and signaled for the people behind him to stop. "What's wrong?" The people behind him stopped abruptly. Some people muttered softly and looked around suspiciously. However, they found nothing. There was no one, and they couldn't feel anything strange. Only Mei Ling and Bloodvine Fiend had serious expressions. The 2 of them knew Little Demon Du's methods the best. Why hide? What a coward! Looking at the space in front of him, Du Xiaoyao's handsome face looked up slightly. There was light in his golden eyes. As his voice rang out, Little Demon Du's hair trembled. A terrifying and domineering aura emanated from his thin and tall body for no reason. His hand seals condensed, and a fist wrapped in golden light directly blasted towards the space in front of him. "I was just waiting for you to come. Since you've come, then die." A voice filled with killing intent rang out from the void. An extremely short but powerful stream of energy shot out from the void at the same time, directly colliding with Du Xiaoyao's fist. Boom! As the 2 collided, the void trembled, and a rumbling sound of energy exploded. A violent storm of energy swept out, causing Mei Ling's scarlet dress to flutter and her hair ribbon to dance. She staggered back several steps, but her alluring figure was still as charming as ever as it streaked across the void. The Bloodvine Doom was forced to retreat. It could not control its body. The violent energy shockwave was difficult for it to touch, and its expression suddenly changed. Its eyes turned blood red, and a powerful cold aura immediately spread out from its body. Even so, Phantom and Bloodvine Spirit were sent flying. The other disciples were in a sorry state. Buffed! Someone spat out blood and almost fell from the sky. The shock waves were not something they could touch. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaoyao's figure also staggered back a step. His resplendent golden eyes sank as he said, "Dragon Clan!" "Ah!" someone exclaimed in surprise in the void. "This Redbone Horse Ape is quite strong." At the same time, a voice rang out from the sky. Then the space rippled, as if a crack had been torn open in the sky. 9 figures appeared at the same time, surrounding Du Xiaoyao, Mei Ling, the Bloodvine Demon, and the others. When the 9 figures appeared, 9 monstrous auras spread out. Du Xiaoyao's gaze immediately scanned the surroundings. His face instantly became extremely solemn. The 9 auras were not concealed at all. They were 9 half-saints. When Du Xiaoyao's gaze finally landed on Huang Zhu, his expression immediately became gloomy. He roughly understood everything and said, "Old man, it's you." "That's right, it's me." Huang Zhu's expression was calm. His eyes fell on Du Xiaoyao. Other than the Phantom and Bloodvine Spirit, he did not look at anyone else. Legalism, dragons, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. 9 half-saints. It seems like they came prepared. Du Xiaoyao sneered. It was not the first time he had come into contact with School of Vertical and Horizontal and dragons. He recognized their auras. Legalism dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and 9 other half-saints. Such a lineup was not small. They had definitely come prepared. 9 half-saints. When these words landed in the ears of Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the people behind them, they all gasped. Mo Fei sucked in a breath of cold air, and his divine soul could not help but tremble. No matter what, the desolate country is destined to be destroyed. Let's start with you. The horned dragon sneered and stared at Du Xiaoyao. He was the one who had attacked earlier, but he did not have the upper hand. At the moment, his expression did not look good. You're not weak. However, if the 9 of you want to touch the desolate country, I'm afraid it's far from enough, Du Xiaoyao said. He looked relaxed, but his heart was heavy. If he was alone, it was unknown whether these 9 people could really kill him. However, there were still many people present. The Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others did not have the strength to contend with these half-saints. This made Du Xiaoyao worried. Do you really think a small, desolate country can be so presumptuous in this world? The horned dragon stared at Du Xiaoyao and said in a cold tone. Du Xiaoyao suddenly raised her head and looked at the void beside her. A faint smile appeared on her face. Only then did she look at the horned dragon again. She slowed down and said indifferently, I can't be bothered to interfere with the big worm of the dragon clan. Naturally, someone will take care of you. What do you mean? The horned dragon stared at Du Xiaoyao and asked in surprise. What he means is that he wants me to take care of you. The dragons these days are really not making any progress. A childish voice suddenly rang out from the side of the sky. At the same time, the crown prince, the horned dragon, the Scorpio earth spider, and the others all looked in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! There was the sound of wind breaking. A golden light flickered in the empty space, and a petite figure appeared in the air. The newcomer was a little girl about 10 years old. She wore a red dress with starry patterns flashing on it. Her blue-black hair was tied up in a ponytail behind her small head. However, on her pink and chubby face, there was a golden brilliance in the depths of her eyes. In particular, there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, which added a bit of evilness to her noble temperament. The appearance of such a small figure carried a terrifying supreme aura for no reason. The horned dragon, the Scorpio earth spider, and the others immediately raised their heads and looked carefully. Little Xingxing. When they saw the small figure, the phantom, the bloodvine, and the others' serious expressions immediately revealed a trace of joy. Who else could it be but little Xingxing? The newcomer was little Xingxing. The instant the horned dragon and Du Xiaoyao clashed, she sensed the auras of Du Xiaoyao and the dragons. She immediately rushed over. When she saw the 9 figures floating in front of her, her chubby face immediately darkened. Where did this little girl come from? Don't you want to go home and drink milk? Do you want to die? The horned dragon's eyes twitched as he looked at little Xingxing. Such a little girl actually dared to speak, so arrogantly. She actually didn't put him and the dragons in her eyes. This little girl is that mutated dragon. Huang Zhu looked at little Xingxing and said to the horned dragon. He had seen little Xingxing outside of legalism. Little Xingxing looked at Huang Zhu with a meaningful gaze and said in a deep voice, Old thing, it's your legalism again. How hateful. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect another one to come. That saves me a lot of effort. The horned dragon immediately laughed loudly. Other than Du Xiaofu, there were 3 other dragons in the desolate country that he had to kill. 2 of them had come at once, and it was the mutated dragon that the dragons wanted to kill. How could he not be happy? Chapter 2031. It's mixed dragons like you again. Looks like I'll have to personally make a trip to the Heavenly Devil battlefield to teach the dragons a lesson. Otherwise, the dragons will be destroyed in the hands of mixed dragons like you. Little Xingxing glanced indifferently at the horned dragon, calling him a mixed dragon. He did not seem to care about the horned dragon at all. Huang, Zhu, Tianxia, and the rest were secretly surprised and moved when they saw that the small dragon was actually so arrogant to not care about the horned dragon. As far as the red-boned horse monkey and the little dragon were concerned, the people from the desolate country were each more arrogant than the other. Facing the 9 of them, the red-boned horse monkey and the little dragon did not show any signs of panic or fear. Just based on this point alone, no one in the younger generation could compare with them. Even some of the older generation could not compare with them. This caused them to be secretly moved. The horned dragon gritted his teeth. He was indeed not a pure descendant of a true dragon. It was not easy for him to be able to cultivate to his current level. It was also a taboo for someone to mention the word mixed dragon in front of him. Now that the small dragon called him a mixed dragon and did not care about him, it was unbearable for him. His face became ferocious and his aura surged, shaking and distorting the empty space. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared at little Xingxing and said in a sinister voice, "Small dragon, you're seeking death!" Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of rushing wind resounded. As the horned dragon's words fell, he seemed to have sensed something. His gaze looked in the direction where little Xingxing had come from. At the same time, Huang Zhu and the rest also raised their heads. Do the dragons think that they can be revered in this world after coming from the Qilin? The celestial voice was faint and a purple light shone brightly in the empty space. A dazzling purple brilliance spread out and a graceful figure appeared. Her skin was as smooth as cream and the eyes on her beautiful face were like 2 purple moons. Her purple clothes fluttered in the air and the purple flames were faintly discernible. Her figure was curvaceous and seductive. Her charm and temperament were all gathered in one body. It was enough to make any woman envious and all men in the world absent-minded. When the woman appeared, her purple eyes glanced around. Her eyes darkened, and she finally looked at the horned dragon. Her lovely voice was like the sound of nature and was accompanied by a sharpness. She said, "Little Xingxing is right. You are indeed a mixed dragon. Purple Flame, demonic phoenix of the Phoenix clan." The horned dragon's eyes twitched when he sensed the purple-clothed lady's aura. He said with a gloomy expression, "The younger generation of the Phoenix clan really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it's not enough. There's still us." Quite a number of such words echoed in the air, and a large amount of sounds of wind being sliced could be heard behind the woman in purple. A beast shadow mount galloped over, but in this oppressive atmosphere it trembled, not daring to roar. An ancient carriage flew across the sky. Several graceful figures and several valiant men flew across the void and landed beside the purple-robed woman. None of those beautiful figures were inferior to the purple-clothed woman. The 2 valiant men at the front were also extraordinary. There were also several beautiful women and elderly figures who landed together. Their auras were extremely powerful, freezing the void. The Phoenix clan school of Yinyang among Huang Zhu's group of 9. Some people's expressions changed inwardly. They recognized the auras of the newcomers. Although the arrival of the school of Yinyang and the Phoenix clan didn't have cultivators at the same level as them, they still felt somewhat obstructive. At this moment, this group of people was precisely Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Qi Jejun, as well as the experts of the school of Yinyang and the Phoenix clan. "Big sister Xingxing, is this old guy a mixed dragon?" A 4 or 5-year-old little girl walked out. Her eyes were suffused with green radiance. Her voice was young and tender. She was curiously sizing up the horned dragon. Her expression was as if she was looking at a rare creature. However, the little girl's gaze had undoubtedly caused the horned dragon's already dark and gloomy face to become even uglier to the extreme. Today, everyone kept calling him a mixed dragon. At this moment, even a little girl didn't put him in her eyes. How could the horned dragon, a dignified half-saint expert of the dragons, endure this? "Girl, step back." Zi Xian's pearly white teeth opened slightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she blocked the little girl behind her. Her attitude was clear. She didn't retreat. However, the auras of the 9 people in front of her made Zi Xian very clear in her heart. If they were to fight, they would definitely not be a match for them, even if they used all their strength. At this moment, the auras of the 9 figures in front of them caused Huang, Linger, Qieshi, and some of the elders and experts of the school of Yinyang and the Phoenix clan to secretly change their expressions. Their expressions turned grave. Qieshi and Huang Linger's slender hands quietly rippled with light, as if something had been crushed. This matter has nothing to do with the Phoenix clan or the school of Yinyang. Must you juniors interfere? Huang Zhu spoke. He looked at Huang Linger, Qieshi, the Phoenix clan, and the elders and experts of the school of Yinyang. Although the cultivation of these people wasn't weak, there was no doubt that they wouldn't have much of an impact on the 9 of them. However, Huang Zhu couldn't help but be wary of the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang behind these juniors. The half-saints of the school of Vertical and Horizontal, the school of Famers, the Fire Demon Lion clan, the Demon Vulture clan, and the Sky Serpent clan each had similar thoughts as Huang Zhu. Naturally, they didn't care too much about these juniors in front of them. What they were really wary of were the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang behind these juniors. This was especially true for the Demon Vulture clan, the Sky Serpent clan, the Fire Demon Lion clan, and the Scorpio Earth Spiders. At this point, they had the dragons, the school of Vertical and Horizontal, the Legalism clan, and the school of Famers. They had no choice but to join forces to kill the desolate country in the cradle at the risk of offending the golden-winged Great Peng clan. However, they didn't want to offend the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang. The Phoenix clan and the desolate country advance and retreat together. If you want to attack the desolate country today, then the Phoenix clan won't be able to stay out of it. This was Huang Ling-er's attitude. Under her red patterned pleated skirt, the hem of her skirt only covered her knees, revealing a touch of white skin in front of her body, outlining the curve of her graceful figure. Her temperament was pure and ethereal. Her words were enough to represent the attitude of the entire Phoenix clan. The school of Yinyang and the desolate country advance and retreat together. Qieshi said. This was the school of Yinyang's attitude. After listening to Qieshi and Huang Ling-er's words, although it was as he had expected, a trace of unhappiness and gloominess surfaced in Huang Zhu's calm eyes. The Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang wanted to interfere. This was not the result he wanted. The situation may change if we delay. I'm afraid that the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang have already informed the people behind them. We must quickly finish off the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon. The silver-haired woman from the school of Vertical and Horizontal transmitted her voice to the ears of Huang Zhu and the others. She knew that the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang also had sage-to-be cultivators in the heavenly devil battlefield. Once they rushed here, it would undoubtedly be difficult to deal with the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon. They had to quickly finish them off. Chapter 2032. It's fine if we don't kill the members of the Yinyang school and the Phoenix clan. Let's kill the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon first. The old man from the famous school transmitted his voice. As long as they didn't kill the members of the Phoenix clan and the Yinyang school, they wouldn't be able to say anything even if the half-saints from the Phoenix clan and the Yinyang school arrived. All right. Everyone nodded. In an instant, 9 auras surged at the same time, causing the void to tremble. 9 terrifying auras soared into the sky and solidified the void. Merely 9 auras were enough to cause the cultivators present who weren't strong enough to go limp and almost fall from the sky. After all, these were 9 genuine saint-level cultivators, although the saint stage was at the top of the pyramid in the current world. However, a half-saint was definitely one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Be careful. When the 9 auras soared into the sky, Du Xiaoyao said to Phantom and the others behind her. Golden light surged in her eyes as a monstrous energy erupted like a storm at the beginning of the chaos. Boom! At almost the same time, a boundless energy accompanied by a supreme pressure swept out from little Xingxing's petite body in an extremely uncoordinated manner. A peculiar golden flame seeped out of the void. It was so hot that it caused a white mist to appear in the void. The blazing aura caused the souls of living beings to tremble even from afar. Boom! 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 Zixian, Huangling Qi Shi, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Feng Wu, and the others' auras surged at the same time. At this point, they could only resist with all their might. Who dares to touch the Phoenix clan? Who dares to touch the disciples of the Yinyang school? At this critical moment, 2 voices resounded in the void. Then, 2 figures appeared in the void and descended. They instantly appeared before Huangling, Qi Shi, and the others with lightning-like speed and pitch-black spatial rifts rippled along the way. Horned Dragon, Huangzhu, Serpent Dragon, Holion, Dove Eagle, Scorpion, and Ground Spider. So it's you guys. You're quite bold to want to touch the Phoenix clan. An old man in red robes stared at the Horned Dragon, Huangzhu, the Heaven Serpent clan, the Fire Demon Lion clan, and the Demon Vulture clan. It was impossible to tell how old he was. His hair was red like fire, and he was extremely eye-catching. His voice was extremely hoarse, and when he spoke, a terrifying, scorching aura quietly filled the air. Feng Fun Feng, Fun's Faws of the Serpent School, Holion, Dove Eagle, Scorpion, and Ground, and the others Ground. They all recognized the old man. He was Feng Fun Feng, a terrifying figure of the Phoenix clan. He was in existence on par with them, but he was infamous for his ferocity and terrifying strength. Beside the red-clothed old man was an old man who seemed to be over 50 years old. The starlight around him was like a river of stars falling from the sky. His eyes were like the brightest stars on his face. They were deep and sharp. He looked at the silver-haired old woman from the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the old man from the School of Famous and said, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Chichang are the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the School of Famous, officially declaring war on the School of Yinyang. 7 stars. The expressions of the silver-haired old woman and the old man from the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the old man from the School of Famous similarly turned ugly when they saw the old man. Huangzhu, Horned Dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Chichang, Holion, and the others all had surging auras. But at this moment, their gazes were twitching inwardly. The thing they were most worried about had happened. They didn't expect the 2 old fellows from the Phoenix clan and the School of Yinyang in the Heavenly Devil battlefield to arrive so quickly. Greetings, Ancestor Fun Feng. Greetings, Elder Xing Qin. When the 2 old men appeared in front of them, Huangling, Feng Han, Qi Shi, and the other experts and disciples from the School of Yinyang and the Phoenix clan immediately showed joy on their faces. They bowed excitedly. Stand back. Feng Fun Feng and 7 stars seemed to have demonic auras as they waved their sleeves at Huangling, Qi Shi, and the others behind them. Their auras had already invisibly distorted the space around them, causing Huangling, Qi Shi, and the others to step back. Feng Fun Feng and 7 stars knew very well that a battle at the half-saint level wasn't something Huangling, and the others could interfere with. These juniors couldn't afford any losses. It's just a few old things. What can they do to me? Little Xingxing's young voice was deep, and he didn't give Feng Fun Feng any face at all. However, with the arrival of Feng Fun Feng and 7 stars, the originally serious expression in the depths of his eyes relaxed quite a bit. Little Xingxing didn't retreat at all. He stood together with Feng Fun Feng, and in a one-on-one fight, he didn't fear any of the 9 half-saints. Faced with little Xingxing standing together, Feng Fun Feng's old face could only be filled with helplessness. He didn't feel that anything was wrong, and even forced out a few strands of a smile. Fong Fin Fong knew this little guy's identity and how abnormal he was. In the entire Phoenix clan, not making him bow was already giving him enough face. We're dealing with the people of the desolate country. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix clan or the school of Inyang. Why should we get involved in this mess? Looking at Fong Fin Fong and 7 stars, Horned Dragon's face twitched inwardly. He said in a deep voice, "Even if you interfere, it's probably useless. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid the juniors of the Phoenix clan and the school of Inyang will be affected." One of the threats in Horned Dragon's words was self-evident. There were 9 of them, while Fong Fin Fong and 7 stars only had 2 people. They couldn't stop anything at all. If Fong Fin Fong and 7 stars really wanted to help the desolate country, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. At that time, if they attacked the extraordinary juniors of the Phoenix clan and the school of Inyang, Fong Fin Fong and 7 stars wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Why should they sacrifice their own juniors for a desolate country? How could Fong Fin Fong and 7 stars not hear Horned Dragon's threat? However, they really did have some misgivings. The 9 of you are already so old. You've cultivated for so many years, yet you want to work together to attack a few juniors. You're even acting so righteous. How shameless! If the ancestors of the dragons, legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal were still alive in this world, they probably wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Fong Fin Feng's face darkened. He glanced at little Xingxing beside him, then swept his gaze past Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the rest of the 9. His blazing aura rippled as he said, "If you really don't care about face and attack the juniors in the desolate country, then I swear that I'll slaughter every single one of your clan's juniors. Count me in. Since you're so shameless, then I'll kill every single one of your clan's juniors on sight from today onwards." 7 stars' gaze swept past little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao without leaving a trace. He stared at Horned Dragon, Gong Sun Yueying, and the others with his starry eyes. He didn't hide the chilliness in his eyes. Chapter 2033. Facing Horned Dragon's threat, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen were clearly not to be trifled with. "If you dare touch my clan's juniors, then I'll kill all of your clan's juniors. No one will benefit from it." Faced with Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen's determination, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, Shiwu, and the others knew very well that no matter how many people died in a battle between the same generation, each clan could only accept their fate. However, if they really touched the juniors of the Phoenix clan and Inyang school with their status, then the consequences would be unimaginable. When the time came, the top experts of the Inyang school and Phoenix clan would slaughter their juniors in a frenzy. It would not be just empty words. "Huang Zhu, Gong Sun Chichang, you too stop Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen." The others quickly finish off the red-bone horse monkey and Yilong. Horned Dragon transmitted. No matter what, they had to kill the red-bone horse monkey and Yilong today. They had gathered here to wait, so they could not let go of such an excellent opportunity so easily. Even if Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen came, they would not be able to stop them. The red-bone horse monkey and Yilong were not simple, but now that it was 9 against 4, they had an absolute advantage. Moreover, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen only needed to be delayed. The ones they really wanted to kill were the red-bone horse monkey and Yilong. Their auras surged, and the gazes of the 9 people changed. They stared at Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingchen, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others. They had to quickly take action and finish off 2 of the 3 people they needed to take care of, other than Du Xiaofu. Feeling the auras of Huang Zhu, Gong Sun Chichang, and the others, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen's expressions darkened. Their auras also surged out in an instant. Dazzling runes and surging auras quietly froze the void. "Do it!" Horned Dragon could no longer hold back. His dragon's might spread, and there was a faint dragon's roar. He wanted to personally finish off little Xingxing. Another expert is coming. However, all of a sudden, Huang Zhu's expression changed. A complicated expression appeared on his aged face. He could sense that an expert was approaching. The other party was very strong, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to escape his detection. He wouldn't have only noticed them when they arrived. At the same time, Horned Dragon and the others felt the powerful aura. Their expressions changed. They raised their heads and vigilantly looked into the distance. Boom! The blue dome of heaven trembled, and a vast wave of energy swept through the world, shaking the earth. In an instant, the sky was covered with golden symbols, illuminating all directions. It was as if a deity was descending. Ants, SSSS, the others Azes, and the others. Their souls, twos. In the short, a staggering figure appeared. Was Fenchins like Uzes with Godzes with S uses hers UN. Such a staggering figure appeared. The expressions of many of the experts present instantly changed. S. This. Relaxed. S. SSS. SSS. There's AA. The great golden-winged rocks. Everyone's expression changed, ripples appearing in their eyes. The great golden-winged rocks, domineering aura was not hidden. Everyone could feel it. The staggering figure was the old lady of the great golden-winged rocks. She was Du Xiaofu's grandmother, great-grandmother. At the same time that little Xingxing spoke, his little body rushed to her side intimately and happily. She had seen this great-grandmother before and knew how powerful she was. "Greetings, senior." Du Xiaoyao bowed. "Greetings, senior." Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and Huang Ling knew the old lady's identity. Their beautiful faces lit up. "Greetings, senior." The old experts from the school of Yin Yang and the Phoenix clan bowed, respectfully. Even Qi Yingchen and Feng Fenchen were bowing. No need for formalities, everyone. The old lady nodded at Qi Yingchen and Feng Fenchen. Although the great golden-winged rocks had not been born, it did not mean that the outside world did not know about them. The school of Yin Yang and the Phoenix clan seemed to be very close to her grandson's desolate nation. She had also heard that her grandson seemed to have many female friends. She glanced at Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and the others. Then, the old lady stroked little Xingxing's hair. Her gaze swept across Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, and the others. She asked, "Little Xingxing, is someone bullying you?" The old lady had entered the heavenly devil battlefield. She had already met the great elder and the others. She knew about the situation inside and knew about her grandson's situation. Hence, she was searching everywhere. The powerful auras just now, mixed with the auras of the dragons, the old enemies of the clan, had alarmed the old lady who was searching everywhere for her grandson. She thought that her grandson was in danger, but she did not expect little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao to be waiting. Looking at the scene, the old lady already knew what had happened. The dragons, legalism, famed scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal were attacking the desolate nation. "Great-grandmother, these old things want to kill me." Little Xingxing seemed to have found a backer at this moment. He stared at Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others with some grievance, and said to the old lady. The corner of her mouth twitched, and with some arrogance, she disdainfully glanced at Horned Dragon and the others. She said, "But they're not strong enough." "All right, great-grandmother will make the decision for you." The old lady did not say anything else. Everything was as she had expected. The dragons and the others were indeed attacking the desolate nation. Golden runes suddenly surged out of her pale, golden clothes. The energy of heaven and earth in all directions suddenly fluctuated violently. "How dare you attack my great-grandson? Are you courting death?" Her voice instantly became domineering and sharp. An incomparably sharp aura suddenly swept out from the old lady's tottering body. Her seemingly old and powerless hand swung forward, and a patch of resplendent golden runes that were as dazzling as golden lightning condensed into a huge golden wing. It covered the entire sky and swept down. The huge golden wing swept out, causing huge waves to appear in the void. A large patch of void cracks spread out, filling the sky and swallowing everything. Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others were shocked. The huge golden rune wing swept towards the 9 of them at the same time. The old lady was attacking the 9 of them at the same time. How domineering and sharp was that? Attack! A shout rang out, and in an instant the 9 experts attacked together. 9 streaks of energy condensed into various attacks. Sword Qi condensed, and it was incomparably terrifying as it cut through the sky. Blade radiance cut through the void, and it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Palm prints accompanied by divine light caused the void to explode. A dragon-shaped phantom swept out from the void, and the dragon roared like thunder. Attack! Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingqian did not hesitate and attacked together with the old lady. Mysterious golden flames swept across the sky. The chaotic aura was like the beginning of the world. The true phoenix fire covered the entire sky. A river of stars fell. Such power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire sky to shake as if the universe had been turned upside down. The living beings in all directions trembled, and their souls were about to be crushed. The 9 attacks led by Horned Dragon and Huang Zhu collided with the 5 attacks led by the old lady. Such power swept out, and the entire world instantly collapsed. Bang, 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 the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Gravel shot out from the ground, and everything in sight was reduced to ruins, razed to the ground. Chapter 2034. The terrifying shockwaves made Qi Yeshi, Huang Ling, Zishuan, and the others retreat. They blocked the shockwaves and protected the disciples of the Yin-Yang family, the Desolate Country, and the Phoenix clan who were not strong enough. In the air, over a dozen figures were pushed back at the same time. Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others were pushed back, their expressions grave. The 9 of them resisted the 5 of them, but they did not gain any advantage. In particular, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan was probably close to the true saint stage, which made them secretly fearful. Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian were pushed back as well, but they stared at Du Xiaorao and Little Xingxing in surprise. They could understand why the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan had not been pushed back. The old lady's origins were not ordinary. She was probably only a hair's breadth away from the true saint stage. However, Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing had only swayed slightly from the impact just now. The strength of an expert could be seen as soon as they attacked. They were even more shocked. Could it be that Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's strength had already surpassed theirs? Du Xiaoyao's golden robes fluttered. Her golden eyes were like the sun, and her aura surged. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze trembled inwardly. He raised his head slightly and looked into the depths of the sky. Then joy appeared on his handsome face, and an undisguised smile appeared on his face. Swish, swish, there was a vast group of people in the air. It was Du Xiaofu, Zhou Xiaoluo, and Mo Runin, the experts and disciples of the Desolate Country, the School of Agriculture, and the Mo family. Du Xiaofu released his consciousness as he headed towards the Tomb of Eternity. He searched for auras along the way to see if he could meet anyone from the Desolate Country. At this moment, there were already half-saints entering the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Du Xiaofu was very nervous, afraid that something would happen to the others from the Desolate Country. As he searched, Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched at a certain moment. He sensed a familiar aura. It was an aura that came from the connection of the soul. It was far beyond the range of the origin spirit. I'll go first. You guys follow me. As the sound of his voice faded, Du Xiaofu sped up. Golden light erupted from his back as the golden wings of the great rock stretched out, slicing through the void and instantly vanishing from sight. Zhou, Xiaoluo, Mo Runin, and the others raised their eyes and quickly chased after him. However, with their speed, other than Jiangchen, the others were much slower. The ground was cracked and ravines were everywhere. It was a complete mess. At some point in time, many living beings were attracted to watch from afar. However, none of the surrounding creatures dared to approach. Waves of terrifying auras filled the heavens, and the light was dazzling. It was as if deities had gathered, making their souls tremble. Around the void, those who were not strong enough, including Zi Xian, Huang Linger, and the others, had all retreated. Originally, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others had surrounded Du Xiaoyao and Phantom. Now, it had become the old lady, Little Xingxing, Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingchen, Du Xiaoyao, Wu Ren, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others. Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others had ugly expressions. They did not delay and only said a few words. They did not expect Qi Xingchen, Feng Fenchen, and the old lady of the golden-winged Great Pen clan to arrive so quickly. Although they still held the advantage in terms of numbers, it was clear that they did not have much of a chance of killing the red-bone horse monkey and the little mutated dragon. The old lady from the golden-winged Great Pengbird clan was extraordinarily strong. With your age and years of cultivation, you actually dare to attack a few juniors. How shameless! The old lady spoke. The aura on her body was incomparably domineering and sharp. Her voice shook one's soul, and her eyes were resplendent with golden light. She was no longer the old woman who seemed to be staggering. There's nothing to say. Today, the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon will die. No one can stop them. Horned Dragon was awe-inspiring. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. Although the old lady, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingchen had arrived, the 9 of them still had a chance. After all, they only wanted to kill the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon. With just you guys, is it enough? The old lady spoke. Her gaze was sharp and intimidating, and golden light surged in all directions. Swish, swish! Du Xiaofu's golden pung wings flapped and cut through the void. Mai Hun felt the aura on Du Xiaoyao's body. When his mind spied on little Xingxing, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and the other familiar auras, his heart immediately tightened. There were also the familiar and powerful auras of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, the Heavenly Serpent clan, the Fire-Red Demon Lion clan, the Demon Vulture clan, and other familiar auras. This made Du Xiaofu's heart extremely heavy. When his figure appeared in mid-air and his mind spied, Du Xiaofu heard this sentence. It came from the mouth of the horned dragon, and it sounded like a dragon's roar. Attack together. Everyone, don't hide. Use all your strength to kill the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon. How dare you! Before the horned dragon's voice could finish, a thunderous voice came from the depths of the void. At the same time, the dazzling golden light in the sky rose like a sun, covering half of the sky. The entire void trembled in an instant. Everyone looked up and felt a powerful aura. This familiar voice and aura came. The eyes of the old lady, little Xingxing, Qi Yeshi, Zi Xian, Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others trembled. A figure appeared in the void, standing tall and straight. His face was resolute. His purple robe fluttered, and his black hair reached his shoulders. Behind him, a pair of golden rock wings emitted endless golden light, carrying the domineering will and supreme beast might of the golden-winged rock clan. Just this aura alone made the beast souls of all the beasts present tremble. Even the experts of the Phoenix clan were no exception. Greetings, President. Greetings, Rock Emperor. When that familiar figure descended, Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others trembled. They knelt on one knee in the void and were extremely excited. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's here. Many of the creatures watching from afar spoke, and their bodies trembled for no reason. A good show was about to begin. Father, a tender voice sounded, and little Xingxing's eyes rippled with joy. His blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail behind his head, and there was a vertical rune mark between his eyebrows, making him look noble and evil. He rushed to Du Xiaofu's side with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaofu with a calm gaze, but the last trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes quietly disappeared. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2035. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Is that him? In the 7 stars, Feng Fenchen's gaze was also fixed on Du Xiaofu, carefully sizing him up. They had long heard of such a young man, but today was the first time they had seen him. Their gazes secretly fluctuated. Was it such a young man who had caused such a huge commotion in the world? He had even attracted the dragons, legalism, and 9 other half-saints to join forces and ambush him. The Horned Dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, and the others also suddenly fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu, their eyes emitting a cold light. The Horned Dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, and the others had never personally seen the young man who had long since become a hot topic. However, such a junior had caused their clan to suffer heavy losses, shaking the fate and foundation of their entire clan. One could imagine the hatred in their hearts. Huang Zhu's eyes also fluctuated on his face. From that tall and straight body, he felt an aura that was much more powerful than before. In such a short period of time, this young man had once again made such a huge leap. It was too frightening. Little Xingxing, are you all right? Du Xiaofu gently patted the excited little Xingxing beside him. His gaze swept past the Horned Dragon, Scorpion, Ground Spider, Gongsun Yueying, and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Huang Zhu. His expression completely sank. There was no need to say more about the general situation. Du Xiaofu already had an idea. 9 half-saint auras, 9 half-saint experts. They were definitely not ambushing the Phoenix clan and the Yin-Yang family, so the ones ambushing them were definitely Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others. They were attacking at lightning speed. This was targeted at the Desolate Nation, and they wanted to uproot the Desolate Nation. Father, we're fine. These old things can't do anything to us. Little Xingxing said happily, Good, that's good. Du Xiaofu nodded. Only then did he look at Zixuan, Qi Yeshi, and the others in the distance. He then said to the old lady from afar, Grandmother, I'll come and pay my respects in a while. All right, but Grandma's old bones can still be moved. The old lady said with a smile, looking kind and amiable. That overbearing and sharp gaze and aura quietly disappeared. Haha, little friend Du is also here. Then let's attack together and see what they can do. Feng Fenchen laughed and did not put on any airs. He even took the initiative to greet Du Xiaofu. Then let's fight, Qi Xingchen said in a clear and bright voice. The main characters had finally arrived. With the addition of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the chances of Gongsun Yueying and the others winning were undoubtedly very slim. Du Xiaofu scanned the surroundings. His gaze swept past Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others. In the end, he said to the old lady, Qi Xingchen and Feng Fenchen, Thank you, grandmother and seniors. However, today's matter arose because of my desolate country, so it's better for my desolate country to deal with it personally, lest others think that my desolate country is bullying others. When Du Xiaofu said those words, everyone present was stunned. In an instant, all of their expressions changed as they looked at each other. Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others originally did not know whether to be happy or worried because of Du Xiaofu's arrival. They were happy that the main characters had been stopped by them, but they were worried because the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Qi Xingchen, and Feng Fenchen were present. If they wanted to deal with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the red-boned horse monkey, and the dragon at the same time, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult. However, when they heard Du Xiaofu say those words, as if he had declined the help of the old lady and Qi Xingqian, they found it hard to believe. They could not understand the reason, let alone Huang Zhu and the others, even the old lady, Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenchen, Huang Ling, Zixian, and Qi Eshi could not understand at all. Their gazes were even more surprised than Huang Zhu and the others. What is that guy trying to do? Feng Wu, Feng Chu, Feng Han, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Those were 9 semi-sage experts. Could it be that this guy wanted to deal with 9 semi-sage experts by himself? Even a sage expert wouldn't dare to be so careless. This Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian could not help but lower their heads at this moment and secretly exchange glances. Could it be that he wanted to deal with 9 half-saint experts at the same time? That was too arrogant. Father, amidst everyone's shock, another young voice sounded. The little girl, who looked to be 3 or 4 years old, shouted excitedly after sizing up Du Xiaofu. She was about to rush forward. Girl, step back. Don't disturb your father. Zixian pulled the little girl back. Her purple eyes were slightly serious. All right. The little girl had a helpless expression, but then she said to Du Xiaofu from afar, Father, you can do it. Those 9 old things are not good people. They want to bully Sister Xingxing. Father, teach them a lesson. Du Xiaofu was stunned and looked at the little girl from afar. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes were a little surprised. The little guy's body was filled with a familiar aura. It was a combination of the aura of the Phoenix clan and the divine soul devouring, and could it be? Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Could it be that the little guy had successfully transformed? Child, the old lady spoke, and her eyes were deep in thought. Those were 9 half-saint experts. She was very worried. Grandmother, I know what I'm doing. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and interrupted the old lady. He knew that the old lady was worried. 9 half-saint experts were indeed terrifying existences. I'll just have to trouble grandmother and seniors to stand guard for me. When the time comes, don't let anyone escape. Du Xiaofu continued to speak to the old lady, Qi Xingqian and Feng Fenchen. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. All right, grandmother will watch for you. The old lady smiled. She knew her grandson's character and did not say anything else. All right, no problem. Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian nodded, although they were puzzled. Seeing the old lady of the golden-winged great rocks nod, they didn't say anything else. Father, I'm also from the desolate nation. Little Xingxing raised his little head. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. Of course. Do you need my help? I still owe you a favor. A faint purple figure had appeared in the sky at some point. His chiseled, cold, handsome face had a pair of deep jet-black eyes. They were like black holes, like an ancient well without ripples, calm and collected. However, it was this calm and collected aura that caused Huang Zhu, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingqian's expressions to change drastically. That aura made it difficult for them to detect. You're here too? Little Xingxing looked up. He wasn't polite in the slightest. I just arrived, Jiangchen said to little Xingxing. Although his expression didn't change, he was already being very polite. Do you want to join the desolate nation? If you do, I'll give you a chance. What do you think? Du Xiaofu smiled at Jiangchen. He didn't refuse Jiangchen's help, but if it was in exchange for a favor, then forget it. Chapter 2036. Just as Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenchen, and the others had expected, Du Xiaofu didn't plan to fight 1 against 9. But after sensing the auras of little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao, he decided to fight 3 against 9. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the dragons and the school of vertical and horizontal had repeatedly attacked the desolate country because they didn't have any true experts. even if they knew about the relationship between the desolate country and the Golden Winged Rock clan, as well as the school of Yin the school of agriculture, and the school of Moism. They didn't have too many misgivings. At the end of the day, one's own strength was true strength. Any protection was only temporary. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to intimidate the 9 half-sages in one go, thoroughly intimidate them. The desolate country needed to truly intimidate the world. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the desolate country to truly gain a foothold in the world. Then take your time. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Jiang Qin no longer paid any attention to Du Xiaofu. He assumed a posture of watching the show. What a pity! Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, then glanced sideways at Huang Zhujiao and the others. His expression instantly darkened. Before coming to the Tomb of Eternity, Du Xiaofu had already guessed that the half-saints of the legalism, the school of famous, and the school of vertical and horizontal would be near the Tomb of Eternity. Originally, Du Xiaofu had planned to take advantage of the fact that the Sage Realm experts hadn't yet entered to find an opportunity to deal with these half-saints. Otherwise, once the Sage Realm experts entered or the ancient ancestors of the 9 great families emerged from the Tomb of Eternity, he wouldn't have another chance. He'd be in big trouble. However, Du Xiaofu hadn't expected that the dragons would have a half-saint. They'd even formed an alliance with the School of Legalism and the other 9 half-saints. 9 half-saints was already a terrifying force. Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, how many can you deal with? Du Xiaofu asked Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing as he swept his gaze over Huang Zhujiao, Horn Dragon, and the others. I can kill at least 2. That mixed blood dragon, Old Snake, and... Little Xingxing's gaze swept over Horn Dragon and Silent Snake. Then I'll leave Old Snake and Mixed Blood to you, Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing. Although he knew that little Xingxing's abnormal cultivation speed and talent had reached an extremely shocking level, Du Xiaofu did not dare to let little Xingxing take too much risk. I can kill 2. Stopping 3 is not a problem. Du Xiaoyao raised her eyes and said to Du Xiaofu. Then you can pick 2. Du Xiaofu said. You. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaofu. Her golden eyes flickered. There were still 5 half-saints left. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over the 9 figures and nodded. A chill flashed through his eyes as he said, I'll try my best. Oh my God, this guy wants to fight 5 people by himself. 5 half-saints. Could it be that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has stepped into the Saint Realm? 1 against 5 half-saints. This Demon King is too arrogant. Whispers could be heard from all around. Before the fight even started, some people had already sucked in spiritual energy. 1 against 5 and 5 against 5 half-saints. How arrogant was this? How confident did one have to be to dare to fight against 5 half-saints? Huang Zhujiao, Gong Sunyueying, and the others had ugly expressions. From the moment that kid appeared until now, he was just like the red-boned horse monkey and the strange dragon. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, that kid even wanted to fight 3 against 9 and said that none of them would be able to escape. What kind of contempt was this? Kid, you're too arrogant. The horned dragon couldn't bear it anymore. They were half-saints. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Mixed blood dragon. Little Xingxing's figure disappeared from Du Xiaofu's side as a tender groan sounded. Boom! When little Xingxing's figure appeared again, he was already in front of the horned dragon and punched out. Although this figure was small, the little fist was covered in overbearing golden flames. It erupted with supreme power and condensed into golden flame, runes that caused the void to distort. The horned dragon had a sinister expression. He had just said a few words of nonsense, and the situation had changed drastically, creating new problems. The aura of a half-sage saint surged out without holding anything back. Roar! The horned dragon met the attack with a punch. A terrifying aura condensed like a storm. Light surged, mixed with a dragon's roar, accompanied by a saint's might. Bang! The two fists collided, and a dull explosion resounded through the void. Dazzling runes filled the air, and golden flames poured out like lava, burning the void into nothingness. Dang dang! The horned dragon retreated in a straight line in front of many astonished gazes. So powerful! Some of the creatures, watching from afar, exclaimed. Their hearts trembled violently. That tiny body actually contained such terrifying strength. Old Snake, it's your turn! Little Xing Xing's tiny figure didn't stop at all. He turned his fist into a palm, turned around, and sent a palm strike toward Xiamo. When this palm strike was sent out, intense, blazing energy accompanied by endless golden flames spread through the void. It burned the vacuum until it boiled. It was as if several volcanoes had exploded at the same time. That kind of destructive energy was enough to annihilate all living things. Even the creatures in the distance felt their hair stand on end. The speed was too fast. Xiamo couldn't dodge at all. His face was gloomy as he collided with the energy. Then leave these two to me. When little Xing Xing attacked again, Du Xiaoyao's figure also crossed the void. Her arms trembled like two dragons emerging from the sea. Her left and right fists blasted toward Ho Shi and Jiuying. Du Xiaoyao took the initiative to attack in a 1 versus 2 situation. Her fists were wrapped in dazzling golden light. It was like an exploding sun, pushing out in all directions and suppressing everything. It was as if she wanted to burst the souls of all living things. Boom! Boom! Ho Shi and Jiuying erupted with all their strength without holding back. They had already sensed the strength of the red-bone horse monkey. At this moment, they used all their strength. Their auras reached the peak, accompanied by saintly might. Mysterious runes covered the runes, and the light burned like divine flames. There was no doubt that Ho Shi and Jiuying didn't dare to be careless when facing Du Xiaoyao. They used all their strength and pushed their combat strength to the limit. They wanted to resist Du Xiaoyao with all their strength, but they also wanted to kill Du Xiaoyao. Jiuying and Ho Shi didn't believe that they could be defeated in a 2 versus 1 situation. They were confident that they could deal with the red-bone horse monkey. This was the confidence of a half-saint. Come! Ho Shi shouted. Flames overflowed into the sky, accompanied by saintly might. They merged into one and erupted with terrifying fluctuations. Jiuying attacked. His sharp aura was intimidating. Light shone in all directions and pitch-black cracks filled the void. The two collided at the same time. Du Xiaoyao's fists exploded with astonishing muffled sounds. Rumble! The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Runes and energy spread out in all directions. Everything was beyond Jiuying's and Ho Shi's expectations. They didn't gain the slightest advantage and were directly pushed back. Du Xiaoyao's body only swayed slightly. Bang! At the same time, Shimo's body was also pushed back. The soles of his feet shattered the void. Astonishment and shock climbed up his face. So strong! Looking at the scene in front of them, many people opened their mouths and eyes wide. Du Xiaorao and little Xing Xing both had the upper hand in a 1 versus 2 situation. This was too unbelievable. The most shocked were Qi Xingqian and Feng Fenqian. They knew the strength of Jiao Long and the other three, which was why they were the most shocked. What kind of strength was it to have the upper hand against two half-saints at the same time? Du Xiaofu stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. Golden light was released from his eyes like golden lightning. It was dazzling and intimidating. At this moment, the invisible aura on Du Xiaofu's body was domineering and fierce. The golden wings of the rock spread, and golden light soared into the sky. He carried a domineering will, like a real rock in human form. He had the same invincible and domineering spirit as before. The president will definitely take care of them. The disciples of the desolate nation were excited. From the desperate situation just now to this moment, it was a reversal of fortune. At this moment, the Demon King had descended and swept through all directions. It made them excited. The aura is very strong. It's not simple. Feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, Feng Fenchen praised inwardly. His eyes were sharp, and he had found some clues. The battle in the surroundings had already begun. Huang Zhu, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, Emosia, and Earth Spider, the remaining 5, all had a great tacit understanding. It was as if Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Jiaolong didn't exist. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at Du Xiaofu. Their main target this time was Du Xiaofu, who was in front of them. Compared to the red-boned horse monkey and the strange dragon, he was the biggest threat. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to deal with the 5 of them, which was what they were most happy to see. 5 more! Du Xiaofu looked at Huang Zhu and the other 4. His fists secretly clenched under the long sleeves of his purple robe, and he said, "The 5 of you can come at me together!" "You're too arrogant. Do you know who I am? Even your mother has to bow in front of me. You shouldn't be so disrespectful to your elders." Huang Zhu stared at Du Xiaofu. The expression on his face was uncertain, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. "Old thing, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to flaunt your seniority in front of me? It doesn't matter to me who you are. After today, you will no longer exist in this world." Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy, and a chill shot out. It would have been better if he didn't mention his mother, but now that he did, the chill in Du Xiaofu's heart grew even stronger. Legalism had already reached the point where he would kill anyone he saw. Du Xiaofu had already met this Huang Zhu before, and he had even fought with Elder Lei. At this moment, he had no intention of letting him go. If he could only choose one of the 5 to kill, Du Xiaofu's first choice would definitely be a legalism person. "Since you have no respect for your elders, then don't blame me for being merciless." Huang Zhu's face twitched, and his gaze turned completely gloomy. Chapter 2037. "Ha ha ha ha!" Du Xiaofu laughed, but anyone could hear the coldness in his laughter. "Old bastard, I'm afraid you're not enough. If you were alone, killing you would be as easy as stepping on a grasshopper." The laughter stopped. Du Xiaofu looked at Huang Zhu. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He raised his head slightly and spoke calmly. His eyes shone with a golden light. Then he ignored Huang Zhu and swept his gaze over Gongsun Yueying and the other 4. "I'm not interested in knowing your names either. You won't be able to survive in a while. Come at me." Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingchen, and many other experts heard Du Xiaofu's words and couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. This fellow was truly domineering and arrogant. After all, even if Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing had blocked 4 half-saints, they still had 5 genuine half-saints, and all of them were existences at the top of the pyramid of power in the world. Mei Ling, Bloodvine Demon, and the rest of the people from the desolate country had full confidence in Du Xiaofu. However, when compared to Du Xiaofu, they could not help but feel worried and grave. Boom! Hearing Du Xiaofu's arrogant words, Gongsun Qichang of the famous clan couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes shone with a cold light. A monstrous Xian Qi, accompanied by a gust of wind, instantly exploded like a storm. "Kid, when this saint dominated the 3 continents and Kyushu, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. You're courting death." Gongsun Qichang roared and took the initiative to attack. His figure seemed to have turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. Energy gathered and solidified in the void. Wherever he passed, the void shattered. The ground below rumbled and trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. He was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The old lady of the golden-winged great rocks didn't interfere. This was an excellent opportunity, and Gong Sun Chi-chang didn't want to let it go. Even if this kid really had the ability, he wouldn't be a match for the 5 of them. Moreover, Gong Sun Chi-chang really didn't believe that this kid, who was still wet behind the ears, would have the strength to resist him. "Little bastard, you killed my people. I'll take your life." Gong Sun Chi-chang made his move. His body shone with boundless radiance as he activated an ancient white, soft armor. The image of a tornado sweeping away the clouds appeared. He had heard that this kid was no small matter, Gong Sun Chi-chang, so he wasn't careless. Gong Sun Chi-chang. His saint aura. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Do. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Was Sun Chi-chang. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Sun Chi-chang. Gong Sun Chi-chang Chi-chang. Gong Sun Chi-chang. Was Chi-chang Gong Sun. Gong Sun Chi-chang's punch was wrapped in runes, which gathered into a storm. Rings of pitch-black spatial cracks spread out around him. Although it was just a punch, Gong Sun Chi-chang had mustered all his strength. It contained several mystiques of the famed masters and merged into one. This was a killing move. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu early on, but he was afraid that the old lady of the golden-winged great rock tribe would suddenly interfere. Therefore, he could only use all his strength and strike first to gain the upper hand. Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen were secretly moved by this punch. The Saint Aura techniques were indeed extraordinary. To be able to become one of the 9 great clans, the Saint Aura clan must have a deep foundation. However, Du Xiaofu was very calm. Just as the punch came at him like lightning, the golden-winged pung on his back flapped. His figure was like a ghost. In an instant, he stepped out with the carefree steps and dodged in a mysterious arc. The pitch-black spatial cracks around Gong Sun Chi-chang's fist brushed past Du Xiaofu's hair. A few strands of black hair were instantly cut off and turned into ashes. It was a close call. Feng Jijia's footwork. Unfortunately, you can't dodge. Gong Sun Chi-chang recognized Du Xiaofu's carefree rippling steps, and his aura became even colder. This brat was indeed related to the Feng family. His fists changed and followed him like a shadow. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from his fist, and a storm engulfed the heavens. Dazzling runes illuminated half of the heavens, and it was like a rising sun. Come. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a sneer. He suddenly stopped in the air and advanced instead of retreating. His figure no longer dodged. Golden light overflowed from his body, and in an instant his body was covered in a resplendent feathered armor. The ripples of lightning were dazzling, and mysterious runes lingered around him. Boom! Shifting his feet, Du Xiaofu avoided his vitals and allowed Gong Sun Chi-chang's terrifying punch to land on his shoulder. At the same time, purple lightning flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He shook his arm, and the resplendent purple lightning overflowed into the sky. He also suddenly punched. Boom! It was too fast. Du Xiaofu's punch landed on Gong Sun Chi-chang's chest at the same time. Ka-ka! The runes on Gong Sun Chi-chang's chest shattered, and the soft armor shattered. Pooh! Du Xiaofu's fist smashed into Gong Sun Chi-chang's chest. His body shattered, and blood spurted high into the air. Du Xiaofu's fist rushed out from Gong Sun Chi-chang's back. Purple lightning rushed out, dazzling and terrifying. This scene caused the void to freeze for no reason. All the creatures widened their eyes, and their eyelids twitched violently. Their hair stood on end, and they trembled with fear. Gong Sun Chi-chang was a half-saint. How powerful was he? He used all his strength, but at this moment, it gave people the feeling that the sea was turbulent. Huge waves rose to the sky, but they stopped in an instant. The waves surged, and the water was cut off. Such a scene was too shocking. That man, who seemed to have transformed into a true rock, had blasted a half-saint through with a single punch. It was swift, peerlessly domineering, and peerlessly ferocious. All eyes were on Du Heng. They stared blankly at the battle rock. Golden light and lightning intertwined. His eyes were bright. He punched through the half-saint expert in the void. It was indescribably shocking. Although Gong Sun Chichang's punch had shattered the armor on his shoulder, revealing his shattered flesh and faintly golden blood, it was recovering in a strange manner. The shattered feather armor also continued to heal. Gong Sun Chichang's eyes widened. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was sluggish. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Only blood kept flowing from his mouth. Gong Sun Chichang was unwilling. Even if he knew that Shanglong Saint might have died at the hands of this brat, he wouldn't believe that this brat could kill him. It was even more impossible to kill him in front of the 5 of them. But now, Gong Sun Chichang understood that Shanglong Saint was definitely killed by this brat. He was a half-saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from this brat. Du Xiaofu deliberately avoided the first move. It was clearly a feint to make him lower his guard. Due to his carelessness, Du Xiaofu relied on his physical defense to exchange punches for punches. The mysterious armor on Du Xiaofu's body and his terrifying physical body were strong enough to crush him. This brat is terrifying. I'm afraid that Shanglong Saint also fell like this. At this moment, Gong Sun Chichang's heart suddenly quivered. He was incomparably clear-headed. He was afraid that even Shanglong Saint of the Dragons had fallen because of his carelessness. "Ah!" Gong Sun Chichang shouted. His voice was hoarse and filled with grief and unwillingness. He wanted to struggle with his life, even if he could only break free from his soul. Rumble. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was all too late. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all. He shook his arm, and the purple-gold, lightning talisman patterns on his body surged into the sky. The golden wings on his back shone brightly, and a terrifying destructive power exploded in the rumbling thunder. Gong Sun Chichang's body was directly shattered into pieces. A mist of blood poured out, and he died tragically on the spot. This was the combination of Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein and the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. This all-out attack took Gong Sun Chichang by surprise, and with absolute strength, it was as powerful as thunder. Feng Findan was shocked, and Qi Xingchen was in a daze. Huang Ling, Feng Han, Feng Chu, and the others were dumbfounded. The experts, watching from afar, all felt a chill down their spines, and their hearts trembled. Such a man was like a human-shaped rock. His armor and golden wings were shining brightly, and lightning lingered around him. He was majestic and incomparably ferocious. Good kill. He's only a half-step saint. He can't even withstand a single blow. The Bloodvine Demon and the other barren country disciples trembled with excitement. Killing a half-step saint with one punch. What kind of power was this? So many half-step saints. In the distant void, Mo Runin, Zhou Xiaoluo, Du Xiaoman, and the rest of the school of agriculture, Mo family, and Du family's desolate nation disciples appeared. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, their faces turned pale with fright. Swoosh, swoosh. Roar. A figure rushed towards Du Xiaofu like lightning, accompanied by a murderous intent and a thunderous beast roar. Chapter 2038. Gong Sun Yueying, Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Ground Spider originally wanted to observe the situation after seeing Gong Sun Chichang make a move. However, they didn't expect such an outcome. After a moment of shock, the 4 of them rushed out at the same time with murderous intent. Attack with all your might, or you'll be in big trouble. Gong Sun Yueying's voice was sharp and filled with killing intent. Her old face was cold, and a blazing flame was emitted from her body. It contained the profound meaning of fire and burn the void. The Earth Spider and Scorpio had no way out. Whether they killed Du Xiaofu or not, they knew that the 2 of them would have a tough time in the future. However, based on the current situation, they had no choice but to release the arrow. Scorpio and Ground Spider attacked. energy condensed, and an energy pillar pierced through the void, sweeping across the sky with the roar of a beast. Huang Zhu's eyes rippled. He was shocked to see Gong Sun Qichang being killed with his own eyes. Such a junior's growth speed could only be described as heaven-defying. Perhaps, after a while, legalism wouldn't be able to stop his footsteps. At that time, the fate of legalism would come to an end. Roar! Huangzhu attacked. His aura was monstrous, mixed with the roar of a beast. It erupted with resplendent light. That kind of power was much stronger than Gong Sun, Yueying, and Scorpio. The 4 half-step saints attacked at the same time. There was an invisible tacit understanding between them. They connected head to tail and pounced on Du Xiaofu. Rumble! This kind of siege caused the universe to explode. Light flared, and energy shook the heavens and earth, causing a frenzy in the void. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power could destroy everything. It was too terrifying. Qi! Du Xiaofu also moved. Without any delay, the golden wings on his back flapped. Together with a wave-treading free step, his figure turned into a flash of lightning. His body erupted with resplendent light. Amidst the intertwining flames, electric arcs swept out and thunder rumbled. His target was Gong Sun Yueying. Gong Sun Yueying wasn't careless. Gong Sun Qichang was killed in one move. She didn't think she was stronger than Gong Sun Qichang. Gong Sun Yueying was also very clear about Du Xiaofu's goal. That brat knew he couldn't fight 1 against 4, so he probably wanted to take her by surprise like how he took care of Gong Sun Qichang. Gong Sun Yueying wouldn't let him do as he wished. She had cultivated for so long and had experienced in countless dangerous situations. She had plenty of combat experience. How could she be fooled? Come, little bastard. Gong Sun Yueying. Gong Sun Yueying. Sun Yueying. S. Gong Sun Yu. Her. Gong Sun Qichang S. 3 divine rings. Nu Yin to heaven's lotus. S. SSSNN's NN Chetu. S. Du Xiaofu's eyes were resolute, and his killing intent swept out. His whole body erupted with blazing lightning. The golden wings of the great Peng flapped, and like a great Peng soaring in the sky, he swept away the monstrous flames and appeared in front of Gong Sun Yueying. I'll hold this brat back. The 3 of you kill him. Gong Sun Yueying's voice reached Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Earth Spider's ears. She was very clear about Du Xiaofu's purpose, so she wanted to beat him at his own game. Gong Sun Yueying wanted to kill the former in one move. Strictly speaking, Gong Sun Yueying already knew that she did not have the strength to kill the terrifying Du Xiaofu in one move. She had to rely on Huang Zhu and the Scorpio Earth Spider. Roar! The beast's roar was like thunder. Amidst the torrential flames, an enormous flaming python soared into the sky like a fire dragon. Its might was world-shaking as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Ancient fire dragon, flaming python! An expert in the distance exclaimed. The flaming python was like a living creature. It was an ancient fire dragon flaming python, and its bloodline was not inferior to the heavenly serpent race. It was a terrifying beast race that was rumored to have disappeared. The ancient fire dragon flaming python was Gong Sun Yueying's vain spirit. She did not want to fight Du Xiaofu in close combat. Gong Sun Yueying had already noticed that Du Xiaofu's physical defense was abnormal, and that mysterious feather armor could automatically regenerate. She only wanted to hold Du Xiaofu and wait for Huang Zhu and the other 2 to kill him. Roar! Woo-woo! At the same time, Huang Zhu, Sky Scorpion, and Earth Spider launched their attacks from 3 different directions around Du Xiaofu, bringing with them a terrifying energy storm. 3 attacks swept over from 3 directions. Du Xiaofu still did not retreat and fixed his eyes on Gong Sun Yueying. In the short moment when the ancient fire dragon flaming python appeared, Du Xiaofu's body emitted dazzling purple-gold lightning, and an enormous purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom spread its wings and soared into the sky. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Thunder and lightning burst out as if they were fused into one. It soared into the sky as if it had turned into a real, golden-winged thunder rock. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing all beasts to tremble in fear and prostrate themselves in worship. Rumble! At the same time, heavenly sounds rumbled, sonorous and ear-splitting. A dazzling divine ring appeared behind Du Xiaofu's back, erupting with dazzling light. It was like the sun rising from the east, completely enveloping the strange purple-gold thunder rock. Endless rays of light gushed out and shook the surroundings. This was the boundless power of nirvana. The vast heavenly might spread out, causing all living beings to want to prostrate themselves in worship. It caused the three divine rings behind Gongsun Yueying to dim. This is the golden-winged rock's supreme beast's ability to merge with the mysterious, lightning martial vein. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's talent, is too terrifying. Feng Fuan's expression froze. Their eyesight was sharp, and they were not ordinary people. Therefore, they understood how difficult it was to merge two kinds of divine abilities together. It was almost impossible. However, this terrifying master in front of them had actually comprehended to this step. What kind of nirvana is this? It's so terrifying. Qi Xingqian was shocked by the mysterious nirvana power. The pressure caused his soul to tremble, and he wanted to prostrate himself in worship. Qila, the purple-gold thunder rock, flapped its wings, and its huge eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs. It was like two glorious suns illuminating the sky, overlooking all living beings in the world as it soared into the sky. After merging the lightning martial vein and the boundless power of nirvana, Du Xiaofu's attack was like a hot knife through butter. It released an endless domineering pressure that could kill all living beings. It was sacred and inviolable. Qila, the ancient fire dragon flame python's eyes were filled with fear, as if it was naturally suppressed. In an instant, it was torn apart by the huge purple-gold thunder rock, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. To deal with 5 half-saint experts, Du Xiaofu used his full strength and killing moves without holding back at all. Du Xiaofu was very clear that he was more than enough to deal with a half-saint. However, these were 5 half-saints. If he did not use his full strength and fight with his life on the line, he would not have any chance. This time, what the desolate country needed was a true deterrence. The true deterrence came from the fear of the other party. This would require them to pay a huge price to achieve. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure walked out from the huge purple-gold thunder rock. The purple-gold thunder rock's shadow dissipated at the same time, but the tall figure was still wrapped in a brilliant divine halo. There was a sacred and supreme aura that filled the air. It suppressed the heavens and the earth, and it could not be provoked. PFFF, Gongsun Yueying vomited blood, and her eyes were filled with shock. The former's strength had far exceeded her expectations. Her pulse spirit was actually unable to withstand a single blow, and her supreme power was also directly suppressed by the former. Gongsun Yueying felt unease and fear from the tall and straight figure. That terrifying pressure made her tremble for no reason. However, Gongsun Yueying did not retreat. Her plan had not failed. She was prepared and had plenty of experience. Shock flashed in her eyes, and she was already prepared. A curved blade appeared in her hand. The curved blade was suffused with dazzling runes and overflowed with scarlet flames. There was an ancient might in its destruction, and the surrounding space collapsed. Its power was impressive. When it came to Huang Zhu, experts at Gongsun Yueying's level attacked with unimaginable speed. Although Du Xiaofu did not delay at all and arrived in front of Gongsun Yueying, the moment when he destroyed Gongsun Yueying's pulse spirit was enough for Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Earth Spider to follow up with their attacks. The 3 attacks illuminated half the sky and shattered the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. These 3 attacks almost turned the universe upside down. There was a phenomenon in the sky that was incomparably blazing and unimaginable. Seeing this scene, even Qi Xingqian and Feng Fengqian could not help but secretly clench their fists. The 2 of them knew that they did not have the strength to resist 4 half-saints at the same time. Chapter 2039. Therefore, Qi Xingqian and Feng Fengqian, the 2 half-step saints, were even more worried about Du Xiaofu. They could already tell that Du Xiaofu was strong enough to kill half-step saints, but he hadn't truly reached the saint realm. However, if Du Xiaofu was besieged in this situation, he would most likely be besieged and killed. That would be too much of an injustice. Qi Yeshi, Dongli Qingqing, Zixuan, and Mo Runin, and Zhou Xiaoluo all became extremely serious, and their faces turned pale. Even the old lady of the golden-winged, great Pongbird clan was completely focused at this moment, and there was a golden light secretly flowing in her palm. Die. Gong Sun Yueying made her move. Her plan had succeeded. Her cold voice resounded in the sky, and the treasured scimitar in her hand directly slashed towards Du Xiaofu's head, who was already pouncing towards her. The scimitar pierced through the sky, and the blazing aura was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. The runes were like lightning. Gong Sun Yueying sneered. The kid in front of her was abnormal, but in the end he was still immature. Her plan had succeeded. Even if Du Xiaofu could dodge her scimitar, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks of Huang Zhu and the other 2. This was a killing trap, and it was enough to turn this kid into ashes. Du Xiaofu sensed this killing trap, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. His eyes shot out purple gold lightning like 2 purple gold suns, and he still didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward like a ghost. Swish! Without any suspense, Gong Sun Yueying's scimitar directly slashed Du Xiaofu's body. Although Du Xiaofu relied on his advantage in speed to avoid his head, the scimitar still landed on his shoulder. PFFF! When the scimitar landed, Du Xiaofu finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This saber strike was extraordinary. It was Gong Sun Yueying's full-strength attack, and it was also her final full-strength attack. Along with this treasured blade trump card, the sound of metal clashing resounded. Electric arcs surged, and the red flames devoured and destroyed everything. The blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's shoulder was cracking. Gong Sun Yueying was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on her old face. She slashed the scimitar in her hand into the kid's shoulder. She didn't believe that the kid in front of her could still resist without being affected. However, Gong Sun Yueying's joy only lasted for a moment before her expression darkened. The scimitar in her hand was finally stuck in Du Xiaofu's shoulder bone. It was forcefully blocked by the terrifying power of thunder and tyrannical might within his body. There was also that strange supreme power that was restrained within his shoulders, making it difficult for her saber to advance any further. At this moment, a special rune light appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes at the same time, directly enveloping Gong Sun Yueying's body, causing her fiery red eyes to become sluggish. Sumeru Illusory Realm. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit attack. With the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit at this moment, how many people below the Saint Realm could resist the Sumeru Illusory Realm without being prepared? In a flash, as Gong Sun Yueying's eyes became sluggish, Du Xiaofu's sleeve shook, and a tyrannical supreme power suddenly swept out. Gee! Du Xiaofu's hand stretched out a claw print, and dazzling mysterious runes raged like golden electric arcs. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Within this claw mark, there was also a dazzling divine ring with purple arcs of lightning flashing within. This was Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw. The supreme power and the thunder martial vein combined into this claw. The tyrannical supreme power erupted, causing the beast souls of the surrounding beasts to tremble, and the meridians and souls of the human experts to tremble. Before Gongsun Yueying could regain her senses, Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw had already landed directly on her head. The power of execution, the tyrannical power, and the divine aura erupted at the same time in an instant. Rumble! The void rumbled, and lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Gongsun Yueying finally regained her senses, but it was all too late. Her skull was cracking, and blood was gushing out from the cracks. "Little bastard, you're dead for sure. It's worth it to exchange my life for yours," Such bitter and unwilling words came out of Gongsun Yueying's mouth, like a night dove, and her words were filled with despair. Bang, bang! Before Gongsun Yueying could finish her words, her head exploded in midair. Terrifying rune ripples spread out in all directions like a tsunami. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and only half of her corpse was left falling from the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this scene. It was another half-step sage expert. Her primordial spirit couldn't escape, and her divine soul was annihilated. "Daddy, be careful!" With such a young and tender voice, the little girl beside Zixian shouted loudly. She saw that the 3 terrifying attacks had already reached her father's body. Du Xiaofu had killed Gongsun Yueying, but Huangzhu's Scorpio and Ground Spider's attacks had also landed on Du Xiaofu's body. This was a hopeless situation. Du Xiaofu couldn't avoid it at all. This was also the result of Du Xiaofu's choice. Bang, bang, bang! The attacks of the 3 half-step sage experts directly landed on Du Xiaofu's body, and it was like a chain of explosions. All kinds of rune light whistled, and terrifying energy rippled out like a flood. It spread out in all directions from the void, causing the void to rumble. Rumble! The sky was exploding, and the void was collapsing inch by inch. Destruction was everywhere, and it was like the end of the world, spreading out for thousands of miles. The void was chaotic, and it was difficult to see anything. Phantom, Zixian, Qieshi, and the others clenched their fists. Their hearts were in their throats. Ku! Not far away, a huge demon eagle covered the sky with monstrous, demonic aura. It was the eagle's true form, and it flapped its wings, causing a storm of demonic aura to sweep out in all directions. Roar! The whole lion had also transformed into a huge red fire demon lion. It burst out with red flames, and its aura was surging. Rumble! Behind the huge demon eagle and the red fire demon lion, there were 3 divine halos in the sky. The whole lion and the eagle were also nirvanas, supreme nirvanas. In these few short breaths, the eagle and the whole lion had already suffered a great loss. They did not gain any advantage, but were suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. Therefore, the whole lion and the eagle had no choice but to use their true forms and go all out. Roar! Little demon, Du snorted. He was not worried about Du Xiaofu at all. His eyes glowed with a golden light. In an instant, the golden light was boundless. His figure turned into a huge red-bone horse monkey. Waves of golden light radiated from Du Xiaofu's gigantic red-bone horse monkey body. It was as though a terrifying lord had appeared in the world. Mysterious runes and talisman runes surged around him like a hazy radiance. It was as though the heavens and earth had just been created, and there was also a divine ring in the air. With the support of nirvanas, Du Xiaoyao activated her true form, and in an instant she clashed with the eagle and the whole lion again. Hiss! A sharp, ear-piercing hiss resounded, and a huge black, heavenly snake emitted an oppressive aura. There were 3 divine halos behind it, and behind it there were rumbling sounds. It was like a black dragon circling in the sky, and terrifying energy filled the air. The surrounding space was distorted, and a long vacuum mark appeared. Roar! A huge dragon with a single horn roared, and its 4 divine halos were not concealed. Its dragon scales glowed, and its dragon roar shook the sky. This was the true form of Shemo and the horned dragon. Under the pressure of little Xingxing, they did not gain any advantage. They were also subconsciously suppressed by little Xingxing's aura. This kind of suppression came from the depths of their bloodline, and it could not be removed. What made the horned dragon and Shemo even more shocked was that the aura of this little dragon was even more powerful than that of a true dragon. Under the suppression of that kind of aura, they were completely restrained, and they were constantly being suppressed. Then I'll finish you off quickly. Seeing the former transform into their true forms, little Xingxing's delicate little mouth pouted. Golden flames erupted from its small body, and it transformed into its true form, occupying the void. The dragon was covered in scarlet gold, and it spread its wings like a phoenix. The dragon scales on its body rippled with starlight, and the 10 divine halos behind it were dazzling and resplendent. Boom! Boom! Little Xingxing's true form was activated, and the heaven and earth rumbled. The firmament trembled, and a supreme aura spread, suppressing the heaven and earth. This kind of terrifying aura made all the beast souls tremble. Their bodies went limp, and they prostrated themselves. Kill! Little Xingxing's true form flapped its wings. Accompanied by the burning of golden flames, the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed, and the heaven and earth trembled. It caused the heaven and earth to resonate with the heaven and earth. Chapter 2040. On little Xingxing's body, golden flames were still boiling. Countless mysterious runes could be vaguely seen connecting, forming a mysterious black tortoise pattern. This pattern seemed to cover little Xingxing's entire body. He was not afraid of the horned dragon and Snake Silence's attacks at all. He used the most direct and domineering method to crush the two. Little Xingxing's and Du Xiaoyao's true bodies shocked all the experts around. But at this moment, more attention was focused on the chaotic void. Du Xiaofu was injured by Gong Sun Yueying's blade and Gong Sun Qichang's fist. Could Du Xiaofu still withstand the attacks of 3 half-saints? Huang Zhu and the other two's attacks were successful. Their 6 eyes were fixed on the chaotic void. But in an instant, Huang Zhu and the Scorpio Earth Spider were shocked. They felt the aura. Du Xiaofu was not killed. His body was still glowing, but at this moment, the light was much dimmer and no longer dazzling. The chaotic void dissipated. The golden light spread, but it was much dimmer. A figure that looked like a golden ball appeared. The golden ball rippled and then spread out. It was a pair of golden rock wings. Before killing Gong Sun Yueying, Du Xiaofu already knew that the 3 attacks would fall. In order to kill Gong Sun Yueying, Du Xiaofu chose to take a risk. He risked his physical defense in exchange for Gong Sun Yueying's life. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. Otherwise, if he was suppressed, he would be suppressed by the 4 half-saints. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Qi La! The golden wings of the great Peng unfurled. The original golden radiance was now extremely dim. The feathers were broken, dripping with blood like old brooms. Only the 36 true Peng feathers were still flickering with golden light. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor was crumbling inch by inch. His body was broken, and pale golden blood seeped out. There were also several bloody holes, from which blood spurted out. Vaguely, a strange poisonous gas was spreading from Du Xiaofu's broken body. It was overlooking the broken body. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. Du Xiaofu's aura also weakened a lot. His face was as pale as ash. He blocked it and killed Gong Sun Yueying. My God, his body is perversely strong. Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenchen, and the others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw the figure in broken armor still standing in the air despite the fact that his body was in tatters. The strength of his physical body could only be described as monstrous for him to be able to withstand those 3 attacks. Gong Sun Yueying's exploded body was still floating in the air. Her blood had yet to dissipate, and it was emitting a bright red light. It was extremely eye-catching. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard everywhere. The scene of Du Xiaofu crushing Gongsun Yueying's head with his claw was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. He killed Gongsun Qichong with one punch and Gongsun Yueying with one claw. 2 half-saints were killed. Blood splattered everywhere, and their souls were destroyed. How shocking was that? The Demon King took the attacks of 3 half-saints head-on. Although his body was cracked, he still stood in midair. Horrifying. It was too horrifying. All the living beings were trembling. Some of the beasts could not help but let out low growls. The Demon King had shocked everyone. The Rock Emperor is so brave. After a short silence, the Bloodvine Demon and the Desolate Nation's disciples were seething with excitement. Drip, drip. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with purple gold light. Electric arcs overflowed from his body. There were bloody holes on his body. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. There was also a strange, poisonous gas corroding his body. Du Xiaofu had the indestructible Xian body. It was difficult for him to recover quickly from the 3 attacks. The azure spirit armor on his body was shattered. The rock wings were like a worn-out broom. The damage was too great. However, this made him look even more ferocious and savage. Huang Zhu, Sky Scorpion, and Ground Spider surrounded Du Xiaofu from 3 directions. When they saw the bleeding figure, they were not happy at all. Instead, they were deeply frightened and shocked. They knew best how strong their attacks were. However, the attacks of 3 half-saints could not kill that kid. They could not accept this result. His body is too terrifying. Huang Zhu's eyes rippled with emotion. Such a great calamity had already grown to such a terrifying extent. The worry in his heart back then had already come true. He can actually resist the poisonous gas. Scorpio and Ground Spider were also shocked. Their attacks were accompanied by terrifying poisonous gas. Cultivators at the same level as them definitely wouldn't dare to touch it, but that Devil King had blocked it. They felt that their poisonous gas didn't seem to have much effect on that physical body. Roar! A low roar came from Huang Zhu's mouth. Light spread out from his body. The energy of heaven and earth in the void suddenly became violent. In an instant, light shot into the sky. The dying figure turned into a huge, strange beast in the sky. Rumble, the strange beast in the sky, seemed to contain some kind of law of heaven and earth. Light shot into the sky. The energy was like a waterfall, shaking the sky. It was extremely shocking. This was a huge, strange beast with a human face, a leopard's body, cow's ears, one eye, and a long tail. Runes flashed on its body. It was incomparably bright. It coiled in the void and let out endless rumbling sounds. It no longer had the aura of a dying man. The Zhu Jian body. This old mount is going to go all out. Qi Xingqian looked at Huang Zhu's true form. The Zhu Jian body was also secretly shocked. He knew Huang Zhu's origin. He was an old mount of legalism. He had experienced a lot and lived for many years. He was even older than the Horned Dragon and Feng Fenchen. Although he used to be a mount of legalism, no one dared to disrespect him. He was probably the closest existence to the Saint Realm. The might on his body was even stronger than that of the Horned Dragon. The Zhujian body appeared in the air. The old lady of the golden-winged, great Peng bird clan's golden eyes were no longer calm. She was moved, but then she quickly regained her calmness. Whoa! Squeak! Just as Huang Zhu revealed his true form and caused the void to rumble, there was a sharp beast roar. 2 huge beasts that were close to 10,000 feet in size appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the sky. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail stood upright in the sky. It emitted a dark light, like a flash of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. Chapter 2041. As the Zhujian's body appeared in the air, the old lady of the golden-winged, great Peng clan's golden eyes were no longer as calm as an ancient well. She was slightly moved, but she soon regained her calm. Woo-woo! Squeak, squeak! Just as the Zhujian revealed its true form and caused the void to rumble, a sharp, beastly roar rang out. Two enormous beasts that were close to 1,000 feet tall appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the heavens. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp, huge tail stood upright in the sky, emitting a dark light like a bolt of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its pervasive aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. These were the true forms of the scorpion and the earth spider. They were terrifyingly powerful and filled with poisonous gas. Just this poisonous gas alone was enough to make it difficult for cultivators of the same level to resist. It was also why the scorpion and the earth spider were extremely fierce in the current world. However, the two of them had been in seclusion for a long time. Only a few older existences knew of their existence. The three enormous beasts appeared in the sky. Their surging auras shook the heavens and the earth. The three half-step saints of the Beast Clan have already used their full strength. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid he's exhausted his strength. Can he still resist? When they saw the three behemoths standing in the void, the surrounding living beings cried out in shock. They couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu again. That devil king, Du Xiaofu, had already paid a heavy price to brutally kill two half-step saints at the cost of his own life. Although Du Xiaofu had endured the attacks of the three half-step saints and forcibly resisted them, everyone could feel that the combined attack of the three half-step saints was enough to make the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, unable to endure it again. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. When the three enormous beasts appeared in the sky, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Kill. Huang Zhu didn't waste any time. When Zhu Jian's true form was revealed, he directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The distance between them wasn't that far to begin with. With a single step, he shattered the universe. It was as if a heavenly pillar had appeared from the heavens. He ruthlessly stomped towards Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish. Scorpio and Ground Spider were also very clear that there was no turning back. Since they had already interfered today, no matter how this Demon King, Du Xiaofu, ended up, the two of them would probably have a hard time in the future. But now, if this Demon King didn't die today, they would definitely die. When Huang Zhu attacked, the Scorpio and Earth Spider also moved. The Sky Scorpion's sharp tail was like a bolt of black lightning, while the Earth Spider's legs, suffused with cold light, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, piercing through the void. Such a terrifying attack, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, enveloped Du Xiaofu. Kill! Du Xiaofu raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. A silver-gold electric arc shot out from between his eyebrows. Rumble, the electric arcs that filled the sky condensed into thunderbolts. Starlight fluctuated, and accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, a huge red-bone horse monkey broke through the sky. It was as if the world had just been created. Its aura was boundless. A fist that carried a sky full of thunder and lightning directly blasted towards Huang Zhu's huge paw. The surrounding void suddenly shattered inch by inch, and electric arcs overflowed. Qila, at the same time, a jet-black light net enveloped the void like a dark cloud. It was filled with heart-palpitating black runes. Poisonous gas filled the sky, and it distorted the void. In an instant, it enveloped Du Xiaofu's surroundings. That heart-palpitating black light net was the ground spider's innate ability. It was condensed from the poisonous silk that it spat out. The poisonous gas filled the sky, and it could corrode everything. It was also incomparably tough. Back then, countless experts had perished in the earth spider's poison web. If a cultivator of the same level was trapped in it, not to mention the terrifying poison gas, just the tenacity of the poison web alone was something that even a saint weapon would find difficult to cut apart given the earth spider's current cultivation. The poisonous web enveloped Du Xiaofu like a collapsing dark cloud. In an instant, it landed around Du Xiaofu's body, enveloping him like a cocoon. Not good. That poisonous spider's earth poison heavenly silk net is very difficult to deal with. Feng Fun's expression was solemn. Even he felt some fear towards the poison web. The earth poison heavenly silk net enveloped Du Xiaofu, and the poisonous gas corroded everything. It instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu and bound him. However, at the same time, the earth poison heavenly silk net suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, it was as if stormy waves were rising. At the same time, the sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious mighty force descended from the sky. Boom! Resplendent runes fluctuated, and the earth poison heavenly silk net expanded. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a giant that was over 100 meters tall appeared. Its entire body emitted a misty mist, and it was as if 1,000,000 mountains had descended from the sky. It seemed to have traveled through time and space from the ancient times, and it directly stood in the air. The surrounding wind and clouds surged, and the surging power of the sorcerer god came from the ancient times. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder, clanging sounds. The power of the sorcerer god. That's the body of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Many creatures cried out in alarm. Feng Fun, Qi Xingqian, and the other experts also had ripples in their eyes. That was clearly the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Why would it appear on the demon king's body? The body of the sorcerer god stood tall, but the earth poison heavenly silk net was still tightly enveloping it, and it was filled with a monstrous poisonous gas. Die! The earth spider spat out cold words filled with killing intent. Its 8 chelicerae pierced through the void, and they were filled with pitch-black light. They instantly pierced into the body of Du Xiaofu, who was bound by the earth poison heavenly silk net. They pierced into his body from his shoulders, abdomen, and thighs, and monstrous poisonous gas and killing intent swept out violently. The earth spider sneered, and its killing intent filled the air. Bound by its earth poison heavenly silk net, no one below the Saint Realm would be able to escape. The Demon King was an arrow at the end of its flight. If he died at its hands, its name would probably spread far and wide from now on. In just an instant, the sneering earth spider's ferocious beast eyes became sluggish. Its ferocious eyes were filled with fear. It felt that its chelicerae had been instantly bound by a pair of giant hands, and it was unable to move an inch. The one who will die will definitely not be me. As such a voice rang out, a pair of giant hands reached out from within the indestructible earth poison heavenly silk net. They were covered in runes, and a vast and turbulent power erupted like a series of mountain torrents. Amidst the rumbling of wind and thunder, they directly tore apart the earth poison heavenly silk net. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was dumbfounded. The earth spider's chelicerae were tightly gripped by Du Xiaofu, and it tore apart the earth poison heavenly silk net. Die for me! Such a loud roar came from Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god body, and the surrounding space trembled. It was as if countless gods and demons were chanting, and it shook people's souls. The rich and surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have traversed time and space from ancient times, and it erupted in an instant. No, at this moment, the earth spider seemed to have sensed something. It let out a miserable cry, and its eyes were filled with shock and fear. Chapter 2042. Rip! The gigantic spider's body was torn in half, starting from its commissary. Blood and poisonous gas sprayed into the air. The gigantic body stood in the air with the strength to move mountains and rivers. With the most ferocious posture, it directly tore the gigantic spider apart. Whoosh! A sharp black spear pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest from his back. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic tail wrapped in scale-like armor. Cold light overflowed from it like a bolt of black lightning. Runes fluctuated, poisonous gas and monstrous energy poured out. The moment the gigantic spider was torn apart, this gigantic tail also pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest. Pale golden blood filled the air as runes dripped from the tip of the tail. Little bastard, you will pay with your life for the earth spider. The gigantic scorpion roared angrily. Its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail rose to the sky and emitted a dark light, like a black bolt of lightning. It pierced through Du Xiaofu's gigantic body, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu apart. Countless eyes were filled with shock and fear. The gigantic scorpion soared through the air. It's ferocious and intimidating. Its gigantic tail coiled around its back and pierced through the giant's chest. However, at this moment, the gigantic hand directly grabbed the gigantic tail that pierced through the air. Under a terrifying force, the gigantic scorpion's tail could not be pulled back. The gigantic scorpion's eyes instantly changed color. It felt a terrifying sense of danger from the depths of its beast soul. Crack, crack! In the next instant, the gigantic hand grabbed the gigantic black tail tightly. With an unparalleled force, the gigantic tail was forcefully broken into two with cracking sounds. Ah! A thunderous scream came from the gigantic scorpion's mouth. This result was not within the sky scorpion's expectations. It spat out a large mouthful of blood. Its gigantic tail was broken. This was a serious injury. No, the sky scorpion was terrified. It was spitting out blood. Half of its gigantic tail had not yet been pulled out from the gigantic body of the sorcerer. It was still tightly held by the sorcerer. Rip! The enormous body of the supreme magus forcibly turned around and gripped the sharp black tail with his left hand. Awoo! In an instant, purple gold light filled the sky, and a giant purple gold sword suddenly appeared in the giant's hand. The dazzling talisman patterns on the sword's body overflowed, and the arc was still agile and natural. Indistinct phantoms of azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise circled around, faintly discernible. You can die with it too, the giant said in a low voice. He slashed out with his giant sword. It was as if he could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. Wherever the purple gold sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. However, this sword strike contained a terrifying and overbearing sword intent that swept through the sky. A terrifying and overbearing pressure effused out from the sword light, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. The domineering sword aura made one's hair stand on end and tremble all over. No, the giant scorpion cried out in alarm. It let out a ferocious roar and spat out blood. It wanted to retreat, but its broken tail was still trapped by the sorcerer's body and couldn't move at all. It was too fast. This was a fatal blow, a cruel and brutal one. The overbearing sword light shattered the space and directly slashed the giant scorpion's ferocious head. Chila! Without any suspense, everyone watched in shock as the purple gold sword light cut through the terrifying giant scorpion's body like a hot knife through butter. Horned dragon, save me! A sorrowful cry for help spread from the sky, but the voice instantly stopped. Poisonous gas poured out, and a bloody mist sprayed out. The giant scorpion had been cut in half. The surroundings trembled, and the surrounding creatures felt a chill down their spines. Experts like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen also had raging waves in their eyes at this moment, and their bodies were trembling. There was also half of the giant scorpion's tail that was personally pulled out from the giant sorcerer's body, and faint golden blood splattered everywhere. This scene was valiant and brutal. As the giant body shrank, the broadsword in its hand also changed. The sorcerer's body dissipated, and Du Xiaofu's body was dripping with blood. There was a bloody hole in his chest that directly pierced through his body. Blood flowed like a pool, and there were also several cracks on his body, as if his body was about to be torn apart. This was left behind by the sky scorpion and the earth spider just now. If it was an ordinary half-saint, they would have been consigned to eternal damnation and would have died long ago. Du Xiaofu had managed to pull through, but the heavy injuries on his body were shocking to the eye. It only added to the bloody savagery. In the distance, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaoman, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Those terrifying wounds made them feel even more pain than if they had landed on their bodies. His bloody body was wrapped in purple gold, lightning arcs. The purple robe on his body was tattered and had long been soaked in blood. Only bits and pieces of the broken feather armor still covered his body. Uft! Du Xiaofu was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Pale golden blood condensed in the void and fluctuated with runes. Only the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand was still dazzling. However, this figure standing in the void while surrounded by the gigantic beasts was inexplicably even more terrifying, for half-saint experts had been killed by him with unparalleled ferocity. How shocking was this! Roar! The dragon's deafening roar was the horned dragon's roar. It had heard the sky scorpion's cry for help, but under the suppression of Little Star, it couldn't escape and was constantly being crushed. The more the horned dragon fought, the more shocked it became. Such a mysterious dragon had been suppressing it all this time. All of the horned dragon's methods were ineffective in front of this little dragon. Even its attacks couldn't leave any effect on the little dragon's body. Bang! The horned dragon's huge body was hit by a giant tail of golden flames. Starlight fluctuated and the aura was domineering. The golden flames on its back shattered the dragon's scales and dripped with blood. Old snake, how dare you be so presumptuous? Little Xingxing's body moved horizontally. At the same time that its huge tail struck the horned dragon's body, it flapped its wings and moved. The dragon claw under its abdomen also tore at Shimo's body in a crushing manner, shattering its scales. It was unable to resist at all, and large chunks of flesh were torn off. Hiss! Under the intense pain, Amoshi's heavenly snake body writhed and blood poured out. Bang bang! Not far away, muffled sounds continued. The huge demon vulture's body was overflowing with demonic aura. It flapped its wings, bringing along a demonic aura storm that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, a red-bone horse monkey was grabbing one of its claws with one hand and continuously punching it with the other, causing its body to split open. Roar! The huge red fire demonic lion charged over, bursting with red flames. Its aura was surging as it charged towards the red-bone horse monkey. Rumble! A sonorous, heavenly sound resounded. The red-bone horse monkey's eyes were suffused with golden light. The inaction Nirvana's aura was shocking. The golden light was boundless. It let go of the demon vulture's body and charged towards the Meng lion. The red fire demonic lion's body shook the Meng lion back. The huge Zhujian's body covered the sky. It could crush the sky and the void, and the mountains below were constantly exploding. Chapter 2043. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Huang, Zhu's true form, the Zhujian was roaring. It was no longer that old man in his twilight years. Its terrifying aura was enough to turn the world upside down and shake the heavens. It was actually much stronger than Horned Dragon, Silent Snake, Hosher, Ingjiu, and the others. Awoo! The roar was like thunder. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit crimson horse, monkey's body, had already transformed into a giant lightning turtle a giant lightning tree, and the like. Lightning exploded and dazzled as it continuously bombarded the Zhujian. Rumble! The lightning shattered the void, rumbling endlessly and shaking the heavens and the earth. The Zhujian roared. Even though it was surrounded by this terrifying lightning, it was still able to move unhindered. Child, this is the spiritual root of legalism. Your primordial spirit also contains it. You are, after all, a person of legalism. Legalism has let you down, but there were some things that we had no choice at that time. I think that with your current achievements, as long as you are willing to return home, all grievances can be resolved and your family can be reunited. In the future, the entire legalism will definitely fall on your shoulders. Child, come home. The Zhujian's voice fell into the ears of Du Xiaofu's true form through voice transmission. At this moment, mysterious runes appeared on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, crimson horse, monkey's body, forming a light net that enveloped his body. A majestic and desolate aura spread out, as if authority was not to be challenged. That was the spiritual root of legalism, and its aura was different. How could Huang Zhu not recognize that this was the spiritual root of legalism? He had seen the Scorpio Earth Spider, Gong Sun Yueying, and Gong Sun Qichang being brutally killed with his own eyes. He suppressed the shock in his heart and wanted to continue dragging Du Xiaofu back to legalism. If such a junior was willing to return to legalism, no matter how many people from legalism were killed, legalism would definitely be able to let bygones be bygones. With the current lack of juniors in legalism, in the future, only the siblings would be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of legalism. Du Xiaofu's bloody body was still tall and straight. Under the faint fluctuation of electric arcs, the shocking bloody hole on his body was recovering at an extremely slow speed. The blood stain at the corner of his mouth made him even more ferocious. More and more living beings had gathered in the distance to watch, and quite a few powerful beings had appeared. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at the ferocious figure in silence. "Old bastard, you're not a good person either." This was Du Xiaofu's response to Huang Zhu. He held the violet gold heavenly tower in one hand and took out quite a few precious medicines from his cosmos pouch with the other. He stuffed them into his mouth. Multicolored light gushed out from his bloody mouth as he walked towards Huang Zhu. Boom! Rumble! As Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the void began to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out, causing the ears of all the living beings present to ring and the sky to shake. Roar! Roar! At the same time, as Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the image of a huge dragon appeared above his head and roared. The aura on his body also soared like a rocket. Hearing Du Xiaofu's response and seeing Du Xiaofu coming, Huang Zhu's Zhujian aura surged. As his ferocious eyes opened and closed, light pierced through the sky like lightning. His huge body soared into the sky, and his huge hooves stomped out, causing mountains to crumble. The energy was like a vast ocean that struck the sky, shocking the surroundings. I never thought that this old mount would be so powerful. Powerful beings like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen were also very shocked. They could feel how powerful Huang Zhu was. He was probably only a step away from the true Saint realm. Huang Zhu didn't say anything else. Such a terrifying junior was already a future threat to legalism. 9 half-saints had attacked at the same time, but they had already lost. 4 of them had died in an instant. This was too terrifying. Boom! Huang Zhu attacked with all his might. He was very powerful as he stood in the sky, his 4 hooves crushing everything and shaking the void. The several types of spiritual lightning contained in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit moved at the same time. Lightning exploded, and the power of several types of spiritual lightning was vast and mighty. In such a battle, the lightning was violent, the lightning was boundless, and the energy was vast and mighty. It was as if a god was attacking. Such a battle was impossible for cultivators who weren't strong enough to get close. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. In such a battle, every move was enough to shatter the sky. It was unimaginable what kind of power this was, and it was shocking. Roar, roar. There were a total of 9 steps, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the endless lightning formed by several types of spiritual lightning. The shadows of 9 huge dragons gathered above his head and finally swept into his body. His aura became vigorous again, and 2 golden bolts of lightning shot into the sky from his golden eyes at the same time. A 3-colored palm print covered his right hand. The palm print was still condensing, and a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled from Du Xiaofu's left hand. The scarlet energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly wrapped around his palm, condensing into a bright red palm print that was like a sun in the sky. It instantly merged with the 3-colored palm print on his right hand. Roar! Roar! When the handprints overlapped and merged in an instant, Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, but the light within the handprints became even more gorgeous and resplendent. There was a faint roar of a dragon, a tiger, a bird, and a turtle, and a pressure surged through the sky. Profound Yellow Emperor's seal. Kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's attack was clean and fierce. His qi poured out like a flood, and the profound Yellow Emperor's seal expanded with the wind, accompanied by a destructive power that suddenly swept out. Roar! Such a palm print made the eyes of Huang Zhu's real body, Zhu Jian, change greatly. In the sweeping thunder, his body stood straight, and his pillar-like hoof pressed down. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The palm and the hoof collided with each other. Runes burst forth, and the sky rumbled. Gorgeous and gorgeous runes burst forth, and a terrifying energy ripple swept out like a huge wave. The violent and domineering energy was released, and there were the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. In the dazzling light, the shadows of the 4 beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the phoenix, the black tortoise, and the black tortoise appeared. They roared like thunder, and a terrifying aura burst out. Bang, bang, bang. A large area of the void was collapsing, and a huge void black hole was revealed, which made people feel a chill down their spine and their hearts tremble. Stomp, stomp! The huge body of Zhu Jian was pushed back, and his hoof broke the void. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his huge, fierce eyes were filled with shock. That junior was so terrifying, and he was still so terrifying after being injured to such an extent. Rumble. Zhu Jian didn't have time to be shocked, because Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already launched several bolts of spiritual lightning, and the thunderbolts were tens of thousands of feet long, destroying everything. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back, and he spat out blood again. There was a violent fluctuation in his eyes. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than the 4 half-saints. Du Xiaofu was seriously injured, and his body was pierced through. Even with the immortal Xian body, it was difficult for him to recover from such a serious injury. If it was someone else, they would have died 10 times over. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was seriously injured, he couldn't let this old mount, legalism, live. This old mount, who had lived for a long time, looked gentle and gentle. But in fact, it wasn't much better than the rest of legalism. This time, if it weren't for the old lady and him, Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, and the others would have been in big trouble. Chapter 2044. Boom! The void trembled as Du Xiaofu walked out. As he stepped forward, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the void around him. Whoosh! The 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other in all directions, like dazzling divine rings spreading into the distance. When the 8 trigrams appeared in the sky, a powerful aura instantly descended upon the void of the ancient mountain range. Roar! Within the 8 trigrams diagram there were the cries of thousands of beasts, mountains and lakes moving horizontally, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. wind and rain alternating, mountains and rivers appearing, and the sun, moon, and stars changing. There were also phantoms of the purple flame, demonic phoenix, the grass of immortality, and the dark seeker grass. All the profound techniques that Du Xiaofu had comprehended appeared within the 8 trigrams diagram at this moment. They merged into one and spread towards the Zhujian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingqian, and the other experts were also shocked. They could clearly feel that the strange diagram had an aura that made their souls tremble and their primordial spirits tremble. The aura was vast and boundless. It descended upon the depths of the souls of living beings for no reason. The vast power made people tremble. When the 8 trigrams diagram spread over, Huang Zhu's expression changed. The Zhujian's fierce eyes trembled, and there were waves surging. The terrifying power wanted to imprison it and suppress it. Roar. Rumble. Within the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body was not suppressed at all. Spiritual thunder exploded and continuously attacked the Zhujian. The green spirit armor was shattered, the physical body was shattered, and the bloody holes were blurred and covered in blood. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu stepped on the 8 trigrams diagram, and the light was still monstrous. The galaxy circled, the grass of immortality, the dark seeker grass, and various other profound techniques surrounded it. It was natural, and it was like a miracle. Heavenly thunder destruction. Heavenly fire destruction. Rumble, rumble. In the void, heavenly thunder suddenly descended. Monstrous electric arcs swept across the sky, and flames filled the sky. The entire ancient mountain range trembled and rumbled. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sky seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Cracks were spreading out. Heaven and earth rumbled as the sky trembled. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigrams diagram and used the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress Zhu Jian. This old steed of legalism had attacked little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao along the way. This was a plan to uproot the desolate country. Du Xiaofu had no intention of letting him go. Even if he had to pay the price, he had to kill him today. Puqi, Huang Zhu's Zhujian's true body vomited blood. It already couldn't gain any advantage against Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and the crimson monkey's body. Now, with Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams, it was no longer able to gain the upper hand. This terrifying aura was too powerful with a holy aura. He's too strong. No wonder he didn't need us to intervene. This demon king wants to establish his might and intimidate everyone. He has the strength to do so. Feng Fenden was shocked. This method was too terrifying. No wonder this little demon king didn't need them to intervene. He had enough capital. Child, you're too stubborn. Do you really think you're invincible below the Saint Plane? Do you really think you can kill everyone below the Saint Plane? Zhu Jian roared. Every inch of its huge body was covered with dazzling runes. It was incomparably blazing, like a burning divine fire that swept out in all directions. The aura on Huang Zhu's body continued to rise in an instant. Under the terrifying aura, Huang Zhu gradually resisted Du Xiaofu's attacks from all directions. This old steed has actually reached this level. At this moment, the eyes of the old lady of the golden-winged rocks rippled. Her golden eyes revealed a serious look. This is, at the same time, Feng Fenden and Qi Xingqian seemed to have sensed something as well. Their expressions changed greatly. Rumble. Zhu Jian roared. It was like the sound of the heavens rumbling. The sound waves were like surging white arcs of lightning, mixed with a terrifying pressure that could shatter everything. There were also several kinds of terrifying, profound meanings that caused the world to change color. At this moment, Huang Zhu not only resisted Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams and spiritual thunder of the primordial spirit, but also counterattacked Du Xiaofu. Could this old steed have already stepped into the Saint Plane? Du Xiaofu's eyes also surged with shock. At this moment, the aura on this old steed's body had risen by a lot compared to before. This kind of aura made Du Xiaofu feel like the Saint Plain experts of the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart and feel a chill down his spine. It's not the true Saint Plain, but it's infinitely close to the Saint Plain. This old steed is probably very close to the Saint Plain. However, after carefully sensing it, Du Xiaofu felt that something was different. This old steed wasn't the true Saint Plain, but was very close to it. However, it was much more powerful than the half-saint cultivation of the horned dragon and the other half-saint cultivators. It even had the true might of a saint, which could suppress him in essence. I've already surpassed the half-saint plane. I'm very close to the true Saint Plain. You're no longer a match for me. Huangzhu spoke. His voice was melodious and contained killing intent. Several profound meanings merged together, causing half of the sky to darken. Crack, crack! The 8 trigrams in the void was cracking as if it was about to be overturned. The galaxy was shattering. The grass of immortality and dark seeker grass were withering. The lightning was dimming. The mountains and rivers were cracking. Everything was being destroyed. Oh no! How did that old man suddenly become stronger? Qi Yeshi, Zixian, Huangling, and Zhou Shaluo all turned pale. They clearly saw that the old steed was being suppressed, but it suddenly became so powerful. This old steed has reached the sage-to-be realm. He's very close to the true Saint Plain. He only needs one last opportunity to become a saint. Qi Xingqian seemed to be responding to Qi Yeshi. His eyes shone brightly like ripples of starlight. The sage-to-be realm was the level closest to the true Saint Plain. One opportunity was enough to become a saint. Qi Xingqian hadn't reached that level yet. His voice was filled with shock as he continued. He's burning his vitality. This is his true power to deal with Du Xiaofu. Ancestor, can he still resist? Qi Yeshi's heart sank when she heard this. It wasn't difficult to feel from Qi Xingqian's expression that the old steed's cultivation was at the sage-to-be realm. It was much stronger than a half-saint. Du Xiaofu had been severely injured. She couldn't help but worry. Let's wait and see first. Qi Xingqian's expression turned serious. Du Xiaofu had already killed 4 half-saints, but he was also severely injured. He was at the end of his rope. At this moment, he had probably used all his strength. It was impossible for him to resist Huang Zhu's old steed. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. A sage-to-be realm cultivator could fight a true Saint Plain cultivator. Zhu Jian's body soared into the sky, shining brightly. The void was constantly shattering. Du Xiaofu was being defeated. Puff! Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The bloody hole on the surface of his body cracked. His injuries were spreading. He couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 2045. Creak! Without any delay, Du Xiaofu called his primordial spirit back into his glabella. He could not allow anything to happen to his primordial spirit. Although his primordial spirit and physical body had the advantage of attacking at the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Obviously, his primordial spirit was no longer of much use to the old mount. Du Xiaofu could only call it back. Screech! When the primordial spirit was called back, a huge purple-gold thunder rock appeared in the 8 trigrams void diagram. It flapped its wings and a vast and domineering aura swept out. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs, which rapidly twisted and gathered into dazzling purple-gold thunderbolts to fight against the huge Zhujian. This was the condensation of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the supreme beast energy of the great golden-winged rock race. It merged with the 8 trigrams void diagram. This is a kind of suppression that comes from the realm. It has not stepped into the true saint realm, but it is not far away. It has touched the edge of the saint realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed in the huge, purple-gold Thunder Rock's shadow. Du Xiaofu felt the suppression of the realm from the Zhujian. It was difficult for him to deal with the old mount, and he was suppressed by it. This is troublesome. The yellow-gold Thunder Rock's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and its aura flourished. Everyone began to gasp for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, everyone could feel that although the Demon King Du Xiaofu had killed 4 demi-saints at the speed of lightning and at the cost of his own life, he was severely injured and exhausted. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Zhujian. This old mount is also giving it his all. He has cultivated for a long time and has reached the level of quasi-saint. The saint realm is within his reach, but he is also nearing the end of his life. He entered this place in search of opportunities to become a saint. Right now, the old mount is burning its life force. It's committing suicide. Even if it can kill its opponent, it might end up dying. He had seen through Huang Zhu's current situation. Encountering a junior like Du Xiaofu, even if Huang Zhu had a chance to win, it would be equivalent to suicide. In order to kill Du Xiaofu, this old mount was willing to burn his life force. This was enough to show how much killing intent he had towards Du Xiaofu. Bang bang! At the same time, the battle between Du Xiaofu's Thunder Martial Vein and the purple-gold Thunder Rock, which was formed by the supreme beast energy of the Golden Winged Rock, had reached its climax. The battle was getting more and more intense. Every collision seemed to be earth-shattering. The Zhujian roared. Its voice was also a kind of innate ability that could shake one's mind. Infinite strength was also one of the innate abilities of the Zhujian. Considering that it had fused several profound meanings, its attack was very terrifying. Its whole body was shining brightly. It was like a supreme beast that could crush stars. Many creatures were shocked. The experts from the School of Agriculture, School of Moism, School of Yin-Yang, and Phoenix Race were all astonished. This old mount of legalism was really terrifying. Gee. Although Du Xiaofu was being suppressed and was retreating, he was still resisting. Chila! The huge, purple-gold Thunder Rock's sharp claws tore the void. It flapped its wings, and thunder was tens of thousands of feet long. It fought fiercely with the Zhujian, shattering the heaven and earth. It was overbearing and fierce. Within the purple-gold Thunder Rock, Du Xiaofu was covered in blood. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than other half-saints. He was definitely a formidable opponent. This can't go on. Do I need to use the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron to fight? At this point, Du Xiaofu was a little scared. If this went on, the consequences would be serious. He might even be defeated. This old mount, whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed, had been suppressing him. Du Xiaofu felt that it was difficult for him to resist even if he used all his strength, let alone kill this old mount. However, if he used the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, Du Xiaofu was also afraid. The Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron was indeed his last trump card. It was also his most powerful weapon. However, with his current consumption, it was difficult for him to even use the black-yellow Emperor Seal. He was completely relying on the supreme beast ability of the Golden Winged Rock and the power of the Thunder Martial Vein to resist. Even if he used the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, he would only be able to resist this old mount for a while. It was impossible for him to kill it. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu estimated that he would not be able to use the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron for long. He would not be able to do anything to this old mount. Once he was truly exhausted, he would be the one to suffer. The old mount's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Even if the old lady was still watching from the side, Du Xiaofu was still a little worried. He did not know if the old lady could withstand it. Du Xiaofu knew very well that the old lady had not reached the true level of the saint realm. If I can go further, even if it's a small step, it will be enough, Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. At this moment he was being suppressed. This kind of suppression did not come from Qi, but from the realm. He was at the peak of the undying realm. If he could go further, even by a small step, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could reverse the situation again. However, this step, even if it was a small step, was difficult to take at the peak of the Undying Realm. Everything could only rely on luck and comprehension. There was no other way. Puff! Under the impact of the terrible power, Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. Why can't I feel the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu was also thinking in his heart. He had been at the peak of the Undying Realm for a long time. But why couldn't he feel the Saint Realm? If this went on, not to mention that he was already in danger, he could not do anything to this old mount. In the future, he might end up like this old mount, stopping at a certain level until the oil lamp finally ran out. What is the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. While fighting a strong enemy, his body was covered in blood. At the same time, he was thinking, comprehending, and wanted to explore the Saint Realm. Rumble! The giant hoof of Zhu Jian broke the sky and collided with the wing of the purple gold Thunder Rock. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. Puff! Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. The giant body of the purple gold Thunder Rock merged with the 8 trigrams diagram and was knocked back together. This old mount's hoof contains a terrible power ultimacy. Is this the prerequisite to approaching the Saint Realm? Under the hoof of Zhu Jian, Du Xiaofu was knocked back. He also vaguely felt that the hoof contained a crushing power of the realm and infinite power. Du Xiaofu felt that it was the power that he could not resist and was knocked back continuously. That kind of power seemed to have reached a kind of extreme, containing the power of heaven and earth. This sudden discovery made Du Xiaofu ponder. The power ultimacy seemed to be flawless and was close to perfection. The power was too strong. It was not something that could be resisted by force. It was a crushing power that surpassed power.